Ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, welcome to the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship happening right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the biggest esports and gaming festival, Gamers 8, from the 10th to the 17th of July. I'm Bara Abdullah. I am humbled, privileged, and honored to be your voice and your MC in this beautiful esports journey, along with the amazing and phenomenal co-host وجيه. What's going on? كيف الحال وجيه؟
يا أهلا وسهلا أخوي براء، حياكم الله جميعا أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان. حياكم الله في جيمرز 8 بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية، وكلنا متشوقين ومتحمسين في هذه الأجواء الممتعة، بالذات أنه بيكون عندنا منتخبات جدا كثيرة في 4 ألعاب ابتداء من اليوم من تاريخ 10 إلى تاريخ 17 يوليو. طبعا معكم أخوكم مقدمكم وجيه، وصراحة سعيد جدا وفخور أني أكون مقدم مع أخوي وزميلي براء.
Man, fist bump to that. Let's go. Boom. You know what, G? I got the numbers right here. Can you just believe? Can you imagine? We got here right now taking place in this championship. 20 countries, 155 players, more than 75 matches. We got 3 game titles and 4 competitions. The best of the best, all competing to earn their place at the IESF 15th World Esports Championship taking place in Yash, Romania. Wajih, the excitement is real. الحماس قايم ولا ايش رايك؟
يا ساتر، صراحة أكيد الحماس وصل حده، بالذات أنه بيكون عندنا 20 منتخب يتنافس على المركز الأول، والحاصل بينهم على المركز الأول بيتأهل إلى بطولة العالم في رومانيا. وما ننسى أيضا أن الحاصل على المركز الأول بيفوز بجائزة $50,000. طبعا بيكون عندنا 155 لاعب مشارك في هذه البطولة، وبتكون معانا أكثر من 75 مباراة أسطورية في هذه المواجهات. أخوي براء، احنا جدا متحمسين أنا وأنت والمشاهدين والمتفرجين أيضا، فلازم نعرف الألعاب وتفاصيلها من ناحية التواريخ أيضا.
بالضبط، يعطيك العافية. You're absolutely right. Now let's see who's participating in this kind of championship happening here right here, ladies and gentlemen, in Saudi Arabia. And what are the games? Starting with right now, we have Mobile Legends Bang Bang taking place from the 10th to the 13th of July. Dota 2 taking place from the 10th to the 13th of July. CSGO, the male competition, from the 13th to the 17th of July. And CSGO female competition from the 13th to the 17th of July.
يا ساتر، ذكرنا ال4 ألعاب، وبتكون عندنا اللعبة الأولى موبايل ليجندز ابتداء من تاريخ 10 إلى 13 يوليو، وبعدها بيكون عندنا لعبة دوتا 2 بنفس الموعد ونفس التاريخ من تاريخ 10 إلى 13 يوليو، وبعدها بيكون عندنا لعبة CSGO للسادة ابتداء من تاريخ 13 إلى 17 يوليو، وفي الختام بيكون عندنا لعبة CSGO للسيدات من تاريخ 13 إلى 17 يوليو. الآن احنا يا براء ومشاهدينا الكرام عرفنا موعد التواريخ والألعاب، ولكن بيكون عندنا الآن بنذكر لكم ال20 منتخب المشارك في هذه البطولة. وأعزائنا المشاهدين، المنتخب الأول بيكون عندنا منتخب المملكة العربية السعودية.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, as right now we are announcing all the countries participating in this championship with now Australia.
ومعنا أيضا منتخب بنغلاديش،
Cambodia,
هونغ كونغ الصين،
India,
إندونيسيا،
Iran,
الأردن،
Kazakhstan,
كيرغستان،
Mongolia,
ماينمار،
Nepal,
باكستان،
Palestine,
فلبين،
UAE,
أوزباكستان.
and Vietnam. 20 countries, 8 days. It is happening right here at the Asian Championship. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to take it over and pass it on to our phenomenal casters with Naisu and OSX. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Bara and Wajeh. It's amazing to be here once again, coming at you guys live from the SEF Arena here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I am Naisu. Joined here with me is OXX, and we are bringing you guys the MLBB action for the next few days here. It's simply amazing. The stage looks amazing, and I know OSX already. How are you feeling, man? We're here. We've been here for a couple of days, and it's been amazing so far.
I feel good and I feel great. To all of our fans and also the watchers of Saudi Arabia, Assalamu alaikum, and thank you for joining us here today to witness the action-packed matches of today in IESF. And it feels so good to finally say it right now. Well, good day, Saudi Arabia and the world. It's a dream come true. Nice you.
Yeah, it is a dream come true, not only for us to be here and celebrate this, basically a big event for this time over here in Saudi Arabia, but also, again, 20 countries are here, OSX, right? They already talked about that. Now for MLBB, we've got 8, right? We've got 8 of those countries battling it out. But just being here and seeing all these games celebrated for esports, it's simply amazing. And the big question is, yeah, out of those 8 teams, who moves forward, right? Now we do know that 5 of those teams will move forward, heading over to Romania, and it starts today, right? Day number 1, we've got 4 days, I believe it is, of action-packed games for us.
Yeah, straight action, and all of the teams that who are going to witness, or we are going to witness today, is from the online qualifiers from the countries of Middle East, Asia, and now the best of the best is going to battle out today.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's in store for us over the next 4 days here. But before we dive deeper into the MLBB action, we're going to actually throw it back to the stage over to Bara and Wajay. Guys, take it away.
And we have our groups here. Who is going to battle it out? Group A and B. So we're about to witness also the match of Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan today, and Philippines and Bangladesh.
Yeah, so we're going to have pretty much 2 groups, right, split up. Now, just as a side note, because I know I've been getting questions about this online, is are all the games going to be live streamed? No, they will not be, right? So today we have 2 that are going to be live streamed from Group B that we'll be seeing. Tomorrow, again, we'll have 3 this time, 2 from Group A, 1 from Group B, and then as we move forward, we'll have 2 and 2 for the final 2 days.
Yep, it's all about how we see their journey from the group stage to the playoffs. This is the road to Romania on how will the teams battle it out to get that gold medal again. It's a jump bag afternoon. We've seen also teams who's been stable. We have Cambodia, we have the Philippines, we have the United Arab Emirates, who we are going to see for the first time as well here on their qualifiers to the championships.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing is, for some of these teams, obviously people are wondering, what's their play style? That's one of the, that is, every time there's an international event, a lot of people wonder, because let's be honest, you watch a lot of the other leagues out there, right? You're kind of paying attention to these teams. You know that there's a play style being kind of settled in, right? The meta. But when you have these other teams that you necessarily haven't watched too much of, or maybe even you've hoped that there was an English broadcast for it, but unfortunately there wasn't. I know we've been in that position, right? But now you get to see it, and I think that's something that's most exciting. Other than that, is the fact that OSX, we just had a pretty big update, right, for MLBB. I mean, recently, it was what, 2-3 weeks ago, I believe?
2-3 weeks ago of adjustment, the meta.
Emblem.
So the qualifiers of this matches of the day, it was before the new emblem patch. And now we're about to see how they completely adjusted and how will they go against one of the best teams of each country. So today we're about to see how their playstyle works, how their identity works, how they will put their personality into these games and to represent them moving forward in these days.
And it's funny because even just on a personal level, I know a lot of people that have been playing on this new patch, this new emblem system, they've kind of had to alter their own playstyle, right? The way they approach the game. And if you've been watching a lot of the content out there on the emblem kind of update and how this has changed things, right? Now, there's a ton of it, and I know some of the smartest minds in the world have compiled, their own thoughts. So hopefully you guys have seen that. But, even for us as players, I spent, I don't know how long experimenting. My favorite always going to be Gord, right? And it's funny because there's a player here in this tournament named Gordos. So I don't know, exactly
that could
where
be
the
an
name
Easter
came
egg.
from. Who knows?
That could be an Easter egg.
Exactly. But the fact here is the experimentation with emblems makes things very interesting. And I feel like, too, what we hope to see evolve throughout these next 4 days, OSX, is what kind of meta sets in here? Because I would say, yes, there's meta establishing out there, right? But what always happens in these tournaments is pretty much the fact that there's like a tournament meta that gets set, right? And when you have so many wild cards, you have so many new updates and how that plays out, we're going to have to see how it turns out for this tournament, right? But now I believe we are ready for the walkout here. We're going to be throwing it back over to the main stage. Boys, take it away.
All right, big shout out goes to OSX and Naisu. Waji, the excitement is on. It's gonna blow my mind away. So, جاهز حق أول مباراة؟
كلنا جاهزين حق أول مباراة، فعشان كذا لازم نعرف الفرق اللي بيكونوا معانا في هذه المباراة.
Yalla, yalla. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the first team, the first match on the first day with Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We're gonna start with a bang. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it right now for the first team happening here in the first match. Let's hear it for Kazakhstan.
تحية قوية لمنتخب كازاخستان. طبعا هنا هو المنتخب الأول معانا في أول مواجهة، ولكن نبي نعرف فريق خصمهم أو المنتخب اللي بيكون خصما لمنتخب كازاخستان. تحية قوية لمنتخب المملكة العربية السعودية.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Saudi Arabia. Oh my God, we're gonna start with the bang right here وجيه. صراحة الحماس قائم خيالي، صراحة إثارة وقوة وحماس ناري ما بين كازاخستان والسعودية. Ladies and gentlemen, taking place right here. We're gonna have an amazing thing happening here with Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia. ولا إيش رأيك يا وجيه؟
أكيد بتكون مباراة باستفتاحية قوية بين منتخب السعودية ضد كازاخستان، فصراحة كلنا متشوقين نبدأ في أول مباراة، وخلونا الآن نتوجه عند الاستديو التحليلي.
بالضبط مثل ما أنت قلت الحين. So ladies and gentlemen, right now we're gonna pass it on to our phenomenal casters right now with Naisu and OSX. Fire it up.
Once again, thank you so much over there on the stage. The stage looks amazing, dude. And I feel like for a lot of people out there, again, you really have to be here to kind of experience just how grand and how great it is. I don't know if you noticed, too, the players have boxes. They have those soundproof boxes, man.
They have their own gaming space.
Yeah.
In soundproof, you can only have the chance to like even hear yourself, because we have seen this kind of setups in different parts of the world. Now it's happening here in Saudi Arabia, where teams get to finally feel what it is to be here.
Not only that, but again, the fact here is that we're kicking it off. I like that Bara mentioned it. We're starting off with a bang, right?
Yeah.
We're starting with MLBB
We
here.
will.
He caught on that. But yeah, that's the thing. We start off with these two teams where I got to say, right, a lot of people, if you haven't been necessarily following them, if you did not catch the qualifiers, right, you are at a question exactly what is going to start here for these teams. How are they going to kind of play around the meta, the new emblem system? And even for us, I would say casters across the world have been very excited about the change here on the competitive level. Because let's be honest, for a long time, we had a meta. And it got to the point where, like, even if you weren't, you know, a huge big brain analyst out there, you kind of knew where the draft was going. You kind of knew where the emblems were going, right? I mean, for example, with Arlott, he would be the biggest kind of throw in the air. What emblem is Arlott going to take, right? We saw kind of that play around. But now you're at a point where, once again, there's a lot of questions. And I feel like these tournaments happening around the world is the time to really kind of lay that ground before we move into the next part of this, pretty much the year.
Yeah, it's going to be answered today on how the personalities will be set up in our teams of today, because you've mentioned the growing meta.
Yeah.
And as we watch the qualifiers back in the IESF online qualifiers, where this team's really participated, it's not too far from our meta, right? So how it goes with the new emblem patch, it's the best of both or three worlds that we can see. Combining all together, we have the spell, we have the lifesteal, imagining being used by different kinds of heroes to pop up here.
I think, you know, there's probably a part of the population out there that just don't care too much about the emblems, because they are more excited about the heroes being picked, specifically in the jungle, right? I think a lot of people can agree that they were tired of seeing kind of that tanky jungler, utility jungler meta. It's still there, by the way. Like, it's still a possible pretty much game strategy. But now what we're seeing, especially with recent tournaments, is the rise once again of these assassin junglers coming out, right? And it makes things honestly exciting, because when you're watching those games and you have always that contingency where you have an assassin in the jungle, kind of setting that momentum, sometimes it's just flashy, right? So I think that's a I would say it's a healthy thing going forward with MLBB's meta on the competitive level.
Yeah, we've seen Ling, we've seen Lancelot being back on the meta. We've seen also Export. Somebody used Export also in the qualifier. So a lot of metas could actually be used here with the new emblem being implemented. So Naisu, I think you're right. We're about to see some development on how the MENA region is going to climb the ladder going through the days of the championship.
Well, we'll have to find out, right? Because already there's been statistics being put out there with recent tournaments on how this new emblem patch and setup is performing, and exactly, again, how it's going to paint the road here going to Romania. We're going to be looking at the team rosters here first for Kazakhstan. We've got Nori, we've got Destroy, Neo Kui, Neo Anim, and there it is. This is the guy I was talking about, OSX.
The Gordos.
Gordost. KZZ. So I don't know if that hints like, maybe there was one point in his time where he loved Gord.
Yeah.
But
It could show
Gordos.
up.
It could mean completely not that at all.
Well, it could be. It could be because if you want to complement something within your composition, that could actually work. Because again, in this country, we are about to see yet on how they unfold their story here in the first day. So if Gord will probably
If he does,
show
I'm gonna
up,
freak out.
I've been
been waiting.
I can see your smile right here.
Man, I don't know if I'm not going to put too much weight in there, right? Because again, the thing about even with these teams, their roles, there could be switch up in the roles, right? There could be switch ups in the picks, of course, the emblems again. And now one thing I would say, even just looking at the data here, OSX, is there needed to be some of a change up as well in terms of picks in the mid lane, because for the longest time, I don't know if how that trend is going to change, but we saw so many Eves. We saw so many Novarias pop up.
Farsa.
Yeah, Farsa. But take us through the roster here for Saudi Arabia.
Now we have KSC, we have Tarzan, Sanji, Cuffin, Troll, and Lark.
Interesting. That's
We
a
have
familiar name.
A familiar name it is. We have the home court team, which could also have a home court advantage to see how they play against the team.
Yeah, and we heard some facts, right, about this team specifically, even for the Rome, right, with Troll, I believe it is, who is able to he likes to pick a popular pick of the Rome. If he decides to opt that way, the Cho pick, if it pops out here. But still, one thing that we're seeing, at least throughout even with the changes, right?
Yeah.
Rome is critical, and I feel like it's still one of those kind of unsung heroes for a lot of the teams, no matter really where you're playing from. Romes can carry games just by themselves, right?
Agree. They're the playmakers, as we see it in the Southeast Asian Championships. It happens. How do you funnel your marksman, your jungler, even in the XP lane? How do they rotate?
The thing is, and there's been chatter about this online, especially again with the emblems, is how has it changed? Or how has it affected the tankier types of roams, the tankier types of hero picks? Because there's a lot of people out there that are saying that, yeah, you might be better off picking something different in the roam from what we're used to seeing, right? We used to see a lot of even Francos pop up, of course the Cho, but then you're seeing teams also go the route of experimentation once again with these new emblem setups where they pick a little bit more aggressive roam styles. And we are, now that we saw that too, even on the roster, Sanji, for example, right? We know that even Sanji likes to experiment on their team for Echo, but still, with a team that we're not used to seeing so much of, this is where the surprises come out. And I think even though it's day one here, OSX, you have to remember, right, what's at stake here. Not only that, there's the prize pool and everything, but these teams are fighting for that chance to once again go represent their nations, their countries at Romania. And there is 8 here, 5 will move on. Right? Because
only
I think
5.
Yeah, only 5. I mean, no, that's a great thing that there is going to be 5 and not just 1 moving on to Romania. Because once again, what happens here in the next 4 days for this section of pretty much the IESF qualifier or championship, is a meta is going to be set, right? And then how does that change going on to pretty much the championships in Romania?
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this unfolds, because if we're about to establish how they went through this, because as you can say, Troll could be the playmaker, but how about on the side of Kazakhstan, right? So that's where we're about to see how the diversity adjustment of this team or this country could go up against KSA. That's something we could look forward to.
Let me ask you this.
What
do you think is going to be the most critical for these two teams? I mean, again, in these tournaments, usually the teams playing on day one, they are the meta setters for the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
So,
oh, yeah.
In the top of your head, are you thinking there's going to be something that we're not used to seeing just because simply it's still relatively a new patch and a new emblem system anyway? Or do they kind of opt towards what we've seen before from previous tournaments?
Well, they could use the starting day for their own personal or comfort picks or identities, but it could change things around, right?
Yeah.
So if you for better or for worse, you need to start strong into the first day, so you don't get to be red on the next day. So you're going to compete up against different countries, because that's one thing that you're looking up to. That it's the double-edged sword that you can actually continue throughout the matches.
That's one thing I'm looking forward to, right, is seeing exactly where these guys stand, especially in the jungle, because we know a lot of these teams on these international stages, they really do thrive in the jungle, and how they're kind of able to transition from that early game momentum. Objectives, obviously, super important here. But things, once again, and you guys are going to probably hear this a lot throughout all the broadcasts from the future, at least until we really get settled in with the new emblem system, is how things change. Because, yeah, we're so used to even seeing junglers just play around, before with the Demon Slayer emblem, the jungle emblem, where they just hyper-focus on objectives. But now you have this whole other dynamic to it. And I think that really highlights, for example, teams like this. Like, even teams for these teams kicking off today, for Kazakhstan and for Saudi Arabia, their playstyle might be pretty much highlighted with a new emblem system, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I'm saying is, specifically, once again, we're going to have to look as the tournament unfolds, the stats, the head-to-heads, right? And that's something I'm really interested in seeing, because we know that teams also will be keeping an eye on day one here.
Yeah, it's all about the numbers for the first time.
Yeah.
But, again, we were talking about the roamers. We were talking about how star players could actually make the play happen. But again, the tenacity was set into the tier 2.
Oh, tenacity.
On the recent patch, right? On how it was so effective on being tier 3. Now it's on 2.
I'm sure you've heard, like, the talk about tenacity. There's been a lot of it.
A lot.
Yeah.
So it's things about to change. This concussive blast could be the option, or something that for mobility, things could go differently.
There's been, I don't know, I want to say tenacity at this point is like almost a go-to pick for majority of people. I think 9 times out of 10, you will see people opt for that, unless, once again, they like to play a little more risky here, knowing kind of what's at stake. Again, they could just highlight their own play style and opt for something differently in that tier 2 area. But still, that's something that's what the exciting part about this is. You have so many just combinations, even from previous tournaments that happened. We saw, I think it was, off the top of my head, it was probably around 50 plus unique combinations of emblems that were actually played with.
It keeps on going.
Yeah, which is amazing, because again, you don't necessarily, just because you're playing a tank or a roam, doesn't necessarily mean that you're kind of forced into picking those emblems, right? Like, you can actually change things up quite a bit, and this is what is so nice about it. Again, as we get to know more about these players over the course of these days, what is their playstyle? How do they kind of highlight around that, right?
Yeah, and as we can see, most of the adjustments tend to dwell on the assassin ones that being used by the mage heroes. Do you use it as well in most of your time that you adjust your gourd throughout your rank up games?
Well, I still lean towards lethal ignition. And I think that's, for some reason, for the longest time, I was always a last worship user, right? Before.
Same.
So naturally, too, I just love to go along with Bargain Hunter, that mystery shop before. Now you kind of have that, right?
But the discount, or even the percent, is just so low.
But that's what I'm saying. People, that's why I'm talking about my own decision making here. It's not. It's something that highlights my play style, right? Because again, most people say just take tenacity. It's amazing. And actually, it's funny because our dear friend out there, Wolf, was telling me that in a pretty much a show match that we had. He's like, dude, just take tenacity. It's the way to go. And I was like, I like to live on the edge. So, maybe there's some players out there as well that we'll see here today live on the edge and not opt for maybe, so what's best, what's meta. And I think that's what's so exciting about it, right? Because you still have that kind of dynamic to play around with.
Live on the edge.
Live on the edge.
That's the possible game style they're about to see. Because it's either the invade or the team setups will happen in most of our matches today. So that's one thing that you can do. Outplay, outsustain, what's it going to be? Because in terms of changing the new emblem here, as you get the 3 best of the emblems, you need to choose. Mobility, will you be the purely support of the team?
Yeah.
Will you be the main damager? But there's something that you got to give, but you can't always take 2.
You know what's scarier too is the fact that there is a high chance as well for, what we've been used to seeing is kind of that healing meta, where for a time it kind of fell off a little bit, and there was teams obviously that really like that kind of healing meta composition. And now with the emblems as well, that's something that has to be considered. And these are, heroes like Estes, the Florin that pop up. You have a lot of that sustainability. And so again, this could also just kind of alter pretty much the grounds for a lot of these games where we're used to seeing, let's say 18 to 23 minute games. Do they extend them? Do they actually make them shorter? Again, this is the perfect area to see exactly how this update has pretty much changed the meta. And not to mention the unique hero picks that can actually come out too. I forgot how many exactly specific heroes were picked up in one of the last major tournaments, but it was quite a few. And even, for example, picks that we're not used to seeing pop in the gold lane, Esmeralda.
Oh, yeah. That could actually exist.
The
gold lane in this meta right now
shake-up
is changing faster than we expected. And even the recent matches you said on the Asian games or even the championships, more and more, as Reptar even said this.
I was just thinking about him.
Yeah, his Jawhead gold lane.
I was just thinking about
Jawhead gold lane could even exist. He was never letting it go.
Yeah, he was hoping for that. Again, I wouldn't, put that out of the realm of possibility that it could pop up here for the next 4 days or, something more crazy. But also we have to talk, since we're talking about the gold lane here, we do have to make note that I believe Ixia, the new hero, cannot be played, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
She is not going to be able to be played during this tournament, and she would have been great to see, kind of in the hands of these professional players,
Yeah,
And
who doesn't? Yeah, I would love to see it, even right here, pop off. Well, it's standard protocol.
yeah,
It's when some hero pops up, well, it's the respect of having it go through the process of being banned officially. So this calls something that signature picks or comfort picks could show.
but that's the thing is like even with that not as an option, I would say that some people still feel like it might be better off, and I don't know where you stand on this, OSX, but it might be better off that you don't have a traditional like marksman pick in the gold lane. Like, how do you feel about that? Do you agree with that?
Traditional?
Yeah, so I'm talking about like the Beatrixes, right? The Brodies, the Wanwans. Like, is it better? Do you think it's better to opt to not take a marksman and put something else? That's why, again, that whole conversation even before with Renmar.
We're going in deep right here.
No, yeah.
Harith gold lane, Esmeralda gold lane, Farsa gold lane. It's not limited to just marksman heroes. It's about how you make your composition work. Again, you have 3 emblems to choose from and to mix and match. You could build your own laboratory to how you take damage onto your team. Well, focusing mark being used more often, especially today, even for all of our matches. So maybe that's one thing. Could go out of the box. Our teams could go out of the box today.
I think that's what we're expecting.
Hell yeah.
Like, if it doesn't happen, but really, then again, because of the update, like, the box has changed. So you're hoping that, yes, they kind of explore outside of the box here. But that's what my point was. And I kind of agreed on this, especially. And the reason why, for example, our friend Renmar was mentioning he'd love to see a Jawhead out there that is parked in the gold lane. Because, yes, if a marksman was picked up, for example, Beatrix, you park it in the gold lane, you just decide to, play a little risky here, lock in Jawhead gold lane, it's going to perform really well. And I feel like, once again, that dynamic to kind of have that option is great because we're seeing this in XP lane as well, right? We're seeing some of the changes for XP lane and even looking back, right, on recent tournaments where we had exciting pickups for XP lane alone. I feel like for the longest time, XP lane was just kind of this, I don't want to say it was a dead or a boring lane, but let's be honest, we had a coined saying, eternal battle for a reason before. Who?
Uranus showed up
Yeah,
recently.
there's a rise once again.
3 weeks ago, he showed up.
Yeah.
So, could be a possibility. Gord has been buffed up. Huh? Harley being balanced.
Not enough.
No, but from what I heard in our friends and casters in the MENA region, QB and XLR, it's more. We could expect more of the more of aggressive roamers. Valier, actually show up. No, and also Gord attack damage. You have magic, so we're not limited to just being inter-traditional. It's opening up a lot of avenues to be used here in IESF.
Yeah, and I think, as you guys are probably wondering why we're kind of going through this so much. The players are just pretty much getting set up, things getting ready to go here for that first match. We know they're excited as well, but we got to make sure they're all appropriately set up for this. So, going back to the point, too, is what I want to say is emblems, we've talked about them. really, when we get to the game,
Yeah.
that's where we got to talk about it more, right? Because this is something to say about all the analysts out there for MLBB. They nerd hard over it, right? They love the changes, the numbers,
yeah.
how do they pretty much affect the course of a game, even down to a series. But other than that, of course, the fact that they have the hero options as well, the unique picks, play styles, we've pretty much already kind of hinted at that, where we're going to find out exactly the play styles of these other teams and how it affects the course. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is the teams that a lot of people have seen of. Now, when you look at the groups, a lot of people are going to already automatically see the Philippines.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They're going to see the Philippines there. And some people are thinking, who's going to stand up to the Philippines in at least from the group or even the whole tournament, right? Do you think, is there a team off the top of your head that can do that?
Okay, going back to SEA Games in Cambodia, I see Cambodia right there. I see an Asian country there, and most of the teams that we're also respecting is the Middle Eastern countries who's also participating today to battle up against the Philippines. So I see one of the Asian countries for now.
One of the Asian countries.
Yeah, one of the Asian countries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's the thing that I would say is, like, yes, Cambodia might be your second choice, where you're like, or your first choice that can go against the Philippines. But that's why I can't wait to see kind of day one and day two, because we get to actually see once again play styles. And I would say, even with our conversations out here with some of the co-casters out there, or some of the other, we've even talked to some of the players right yesterday, and they said how much they really do focus on watching some of these regions like the Philippines, like Indonesia. They spend time studying, they spend a lot of time just watching the play styles. And we heard that it might not necessarily mean they want to copy that play style or anything like that, but they want to take some of the strengths of those play styles, and kind of alter their own, right, and try to highlight their strengths.
Infuse personality.
Yeah, pretty
right
much.
there.
Whether that's in the draft, whether that's the play style itself, whether that's rotations, right? I mean, there's a lot that you can kind of just take from watching some of the best teams out there in the world, some of the best regions, and I think that's why we might be in store for some surprises here.
Yeah, so as we wait, we give a little bit of a sneak peek right there.
Sneak peek.
Yeah, this is about how we look at this tournament, engaging who could be the best possible threat. Because right now we're expecting the fact that we have no data on some of the teams today, and we want to base it out on facts. How does their team play style works? What is the average kills, assists, the stats of these teams in the recent tournaments that we've learned and see?
Well, not only that, but the like you mentioned. You don't have so much data, right? And I feel like at this point, once again, if you guys did watch the qualifiers, even that data from the qualifiers, the online qualifiers, like you can take some of it and maybe use that for kind of your assumptions about these teams. But still, I would say it's almost like a clean slate, right? Aside
All
from
2-0s.
that's one thing. Online qualifiers, there was a lot of sweeps. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case here, over the course of the next 4 days. But as we take a look at the players, they're all getting situated here once again. And we do want to give a shout out, of course, to the sponsors here to make this possible. The Savvy Games Group, Qiddiya, STC, Saudi Esports Federation, and everybody else that takes a part of this. And again, it's a growing, massive industry here, and there's a lot. He's ready.
There's a lot, and that is also the first thing you do.
Yeah.
Home court advantage, 2-0.
2-0.
On screen.
That's by the way, that's like, what are those boxes called? That's the soundproof banter, I would say, between the teams right there, since you can't hear them. Right? You can't. That's what we're used to seeing with the players.
In the players
literally
in
yelling
our
at each
in our
other.
country, yeah.
Yeah, from side to side. Well, here they gotta pretty much use their hands here, right? And once again, like I said, it's gonna be a whole learning process. I feel like, really, even for viewers out there, exactly how things happen. Yeah.
Well, now as we see our cameras here on the opposing side, and this is how they prepare. I think we're about to go to the draft.
We might be, unless they're still making sure everything's set up here properly for them. But once again, like I said, once we get to the draft, that's where we really see things kind of paint the picture. I will say that the first phase of the draft, though, I don't expect too many changes, right? I mean, even when that new emblem update came out, and it was being played over in ESL, like that's the thing. didn't change things too much. I mean, for first phase, I would say, right? You still saw a lot of the teams kind of opt for those safer priority picks. Obviously, there's still heroes out there that work in nearly every composition, you know, that a team decides to draft.
Yeah.
So I don't expect that to change so much. I expect the changes in that second phase.
Second phase it is, because right now, as we wait for the draft to show, so possibly it's an XP lane. It's mostly, again, we might see Fredrin again rising up his own statistics of having the win and pick rate.
Oh, man.
Could show up. Small changes.
Either small or just big ones.
Yeah.
You know, because I would say
Either way.
like it really depended where you looked in the pretty much the land of Dawn, right? I would say that relatively there's been some big changes in some of the roles, and then in other parts there's been those minor kind of smaller changes, right? And even in the jungle specifically, like I said, there's more room for experimentation there. You know, it doesn't just have to be what we're used to seeing, like you mentioned,
Yeah.
the assassins being picked up, like the Ling, you know, being placed in their tank. I don't even, see, I'm so used to saying tanks a lot, man. You know,
It's a thing now.
well, it's a thing, but now you don't necessarily always have to go tanks a lot if you don't want to.
Yeah, you could either be aggressive, but well, speaking of which,
There
just
he
call
is.
it Lancelot first pick on Kazakhstan. Now for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, banning out a possible EXP lane, even a Navaria. The one thing that we also consider one of the most annoying heroes into mid to late game, they don't want that. Something tells me it's a setup on how to control AoEs. That's the Beatrix and the Eve that you've mentioned earlier.
Okay, that's interesting because the fact is, first phase you're already seeing.
Yep.
The Lancelot popped up like you mentioned. And this isn't too different, right? I was just talking about this. First phase might not change too much. We're still going to see what that next pick's going to be locked in here for the team from Kazakhstan. But the fact that they went and just first picked the Lancelot, like they already have that strategy in mind. Now, my biggest question
that's
is
confidence.
Yeah,
Could be comfort.
And we're at the point here, OSX, where, like I said, you before you would see the Lancelot pop up and you immediately think, you don't even think. You know what emblem he's going to take. You know what build he's going to take.
Yeah.
Right? But how does that change this time? And it looks like their next picks.
Oh.
This is interesting.
This is day one. We have a Clint and a Farsa. So do you want to battle out something for the burst damage in AoE? You have the Eve, you have the Farsa, and you have it. On day one, showdown of assassin heroes. We have a Ling on the first phase.
I don't know if this is going to be like the new trend.
It's the same thing that we see in the qualifiers.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know
This
if,
could be something.
is it what we want? Like, is this what the people want? No, the reason why I'm saying that is because what if we get into a world, like, do people get tired of just Ling and Lancelot? Or is it just like, it's so flashy and cool that it works and you never get tired of watching it?
I would never get tired of watching it right now, because at some point in our region, in the professional league, this two heroes never existed for some point in time and in seasons. And now they're putting it all over again. It's like going back on few seasons back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was like, for a time, you know, some of the great junglers out there wanted to bring, you know, this coveted Lancelot out, and they're like, man, the only way he's going to work is if we build him like a tank. So yeah, he's cool, he's flashy, but really you're not doing too much other than securing objectives. And I think that's one of the big things here, is how that's kind of changed the course. And of course, Ling, you know, in a much better position competitively. And I'm glad to see Navaria being banned out, you know, because there's a time where just it's automatically always that Navaria picked up. It is a great option, but this is also kind of a throwback, OSX. You know, the two picks we saw a lot of before in the mid lane matchup was the Farce and the Eve. You know, we called this before the Squid Game matchup, right? So this is
circle and the square.
This is more so traditional, I would say.
Yeah, it takes us few seasons back. And looking at the bans here at the second phase, they take out the Lolita, they take out the XP lane that you were talking about earlier about could be on Sanji. Well, Sanji here.
This is throwing you for a loop.
Yeah, because right now, look how friendly our players here on our screen, because they have taken out something, a hero that could possibly be a harass in the side of Team Kazakhstan. So yeah, they're just being friendly here. No matter in their own cube, they're just being friendly.
Yeah, I would love, you know, being in that soundproof booth as well.
Let's check it out after this one.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't had a chance to actually go, kind of experiment with that. But yeah, there it is. The Cho pick comes out. This is exactly what we were told, right?
Yeah.
Now
By our
kind
friends.
by our friends on the way here, and I want to see how it is because we know. Honestly, we know where a lot of that influence comes from, right? There's some great Cho players in the Rome around the world, but specifically even in the Philippines.
Just giving you a thumbs up.
Yep, there's the thumbs up. He's ready to lock in. Oh,
see?
It gets more interesting.
Selena. Yeah, Selena Rome, and also the XP Lapu-Lapu that we used to see as well. So you have the Cho, the Roamers right now. We've also told that this is also one of the signature picks of Troll, the Cho, the Roamers, the playmakers. And I love how the identity of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, once the camera is right in front of them, they just smile.
No,
that's how confident they are.
Once the pick is locked in, you pose and you're ready,
pose
man.
and you're ready.
Get it for the socials.
Screenshot.
You notice how many fingers he had up as well.
Yeah.
It was 2.
2.
But where was... Oh.
Another one.
Yeah, they're always ready, man.
This is confidence. This is home court advantage, man.
It should be. But now that the lineup is rounded out, we talked about this before we got to the game. There's the Uranus being locked in once again. So, that matchup alone, and I feel like for a lot of people, it's just when they see Uranus in the lane, they're just kind of like, oh man, I'm not going to be able to do too much, right? But actually when it comes to managing kind of that, I would say it's the play style of the Uranus when you're even going against it, controlling how much cutting he's doing in the lane, how much pressure he eventually puts, because he gets to a point where he's like unkillable, right? Unless you actually have the tools to handle that. That's something they have to deal with. Now, a big part of this for Kazakhstan, man, is the Selena pick.
Okay.
Are the arrows landing?
Well, a good pick though for Kazakhstan, because if you're looking for a global way of taking or stealing down out a purple buff out of the lane, that's one way to do it in the early game. Something tells me they need recon, they need coverage on how Team KSA is going around the map, because as we can see here, this could possibly be a snowball lineup for Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
And they want to slow it down early game.
Oh, well, they're not going to slow down any further. Ladies and gentlemen, jumping right into game number 1, already starting here between Kazakhstan and the home court team, Saudi Arabia from KSA.
Okay, now taking the first buff, Alim secures his purple. Now, this is one way of doing or seeing Troll and also Eve here, or Coffin, managing the control of the river right now. Nobody gets to cross early game because this is they want for Tarzan in the jungle to do early game.
I think it's kind of what you have to expect, right? You got to put pressure where it needs to be, especially in the jungle, dealing with these two heroes being picked up. Also, keep an eye on the emblems, right? We're going to get probably a closer look later on about them, but quantum charges here being placed in for Kazakhstan. You also have, once again, a lot of the mages and even other roles like to go with that lethal ignition, play around with that the best they can here. And then, of course, you have the fighters rolling with the same, right? So really, there's a ton of sustain in the XP lane. You're not going to expect too much action happening there for now, right? I mean, just kind of like the most action that might happen there is obviously you have Lapu-Lapu, very flashy, might be able to pull something off early on, but more so, it's just going to be a farm lane for now.
Sustainability, lane push, maybe it all goes down on how they want to steal the first objectives of the game. Because right now, they're looking towards on getting the first objective. On the position of Alim, they're looking in and securing the area of the mid lane. But right now, our cameras are on the marksman. We have Clint and Beatrice. We haven't seen it for a long time, right?
Which one? The Clint. You're missing the Clint, huh?
Yeah, for so long.
Well, he's been out in the Wild West, man. Now he's back in the land of Dawn. Turtle going to be started up here. Might just go in the hands over here. Yeah, and just like that, Tarzan securing it.
Wow, without any contest from Alim at all. So if you take a look at these emblems, maybe there's something they're willing to sacrifice early game, but now they're not going back down. They're trying to get this purple out of the way. Now Alim is being trapped here. Now the knockup goes in, real manipulation, and the first blood goes to Tarzan. And now it's a follow-up. A Troll saves with an inch of life, but Sanji here trying to distract. That's the Sun, that's Abyssal Hour connecting, but Kashi there with the reinforcement, taking a bit of time to retreat back.
Man, you see how much pressure was just put on Tarzan? I love it, right? Tarzan
in the jungle.
In the jungle. But this time, the focus just being put there, really making it not a good time to secure his purple buff. And that's kind of what we have to expect from Kazakhstan here. They really need to put pressure, not allow him to just kind of roam free. I think, was that taken?
Oh.
Wow, okay, that was a great arrow.
Good setup from Troll. That is the way of the dragon, but Red goes out with the wings by wings. Now it's Team Kazakhstan gaining control of the push. And going back to EXP lane, Sanji and Kazakh, look at that, almost half HP. I say it's not too bad using a Labo against a Uranus now.
Yeah, but again, it's just like, it's just a sustain lane. I mean, even rolling with the, the Brave Smite that they have, and just kind of rolling with the regen already built in Uranus. Like, even 2v1, how do you deal with this? And if we even just take a look at the items, right? He doesn't have too much. He's got a little bit of that physical defense already. Nothing's going to happen here, but hold on, top side.
Tarzan, that was the ultimate being missed out. Tempest Blade being dropped down under the turret. Now Nori could fall down, and Lark secures the kill. Now Troll for the back line, so we're manipulation with the combo. Now who's going to be the follow-up here from Team Saudi Arabia? Now back away, 2 members falling down short. Kazakhstan retreats back and taking 1.
Okay, so already a little bit of a lead building here, right, for Team Saudi Arabia as they go ahead and continue to punch down top side, get a little bit of extra gold. We can see, too, how that's transitioning for their itemization, right? Still putting pressure on the purple lane, purple buff here.
Okay, Kazakh now being poked by 2. Now, can he out-sustain? No, he can. Sanji secures the kill now, gaining control over this second turtle, possibly being taken again by Saudi Arabia.
Oh, man, okay. So this might just be, once again, another turtle. I don't think Kashi can even do much here. He'll probably just give it away. There you go. Referees it, secures it. Now, once again, this is pressure. They're still going.
They're still going. That's the Void Crystal connecting in with the slow. Down Nori falls down again. In the hands of Lark.
Lark is, he's getting there. 2-0, right? He's working. It looks like he might look to complete that BOD pretty quickly. Right, he's kind of, what do we call this? There's a term when you have a bunch of different items. I'm thinking hollow, but it's not that.
a mixed way of using the best of the items,
yeah,
but not fully building it.
There's a term for it, and it's off the top of my head, but still, both teams, they're not, like, even for Kazakhstan, man, they're not falling behind too much, right?
No.
It might be a small lead here for KSA, but what Kazakhstan has to do is contest some of these objectives. They definitely don't want to let any more, well, at least the last turtle, at least contest it if you can, if you're in a position to. If not, I have a feeling or a hunch that the Lord fights might just kind of unfold in the same way that these turtles early on have.
Oh, this is what I'm feeling about how the meta is working with Kazakhstan, because at some point, they might not need to even contest the third turtle as being a landslot. They're up to something that they want to keep trading onto the early state, onto the late stage, the mid area of this game. Something tells me they're boiling up something here for their gold lane.
Well, their gold lane, a little bit of struggle here though. Top side though, Lark.
Lark again. Could be in trouble, being switched up now. Tarzan, that's the stun.
Nori.
Mobilization, but Nori, once again, will he be caught again and being killed
Still alive.
Tarzan is still sustaining the fight. Real manipulation, slowing down 3 right in the turret. Coffin takes down Nori once again. Now how will they fight back Tarzan? That's the way of the dragon onto Kazakh. Now what's the follow-up? That is the ultimate coming in from Lark. Still sustaining that skirmish now. Team Kazakhstan still fighting through that invade of KSA.
That was a great save from Troll, right? He kept, he used the Way of the Dragon defensively to keep Tarzan alive, because if that kick didn't happen, he most likely would have went down, right? So they're able to at least get something out of there for it just to turn into a bad news bear situation. But now, right, still pressure all around the map being put on by KSA.
Aleem?
Aleem.
Kill. Talking about the XP
That's
lane
rough.
right now. Or Uranus over Lancelot.
Yeah, that's rough. That is not a feels good man, you
No,
know?
it's not.
And right now, they're just going to have to give up this turtle. Tarzan, once again, securing it.
Yeah. 3 objectives secured now. Troll, another setup now inside the manipulation. Lark takes another kill. That's 3-0-0 for a Beatrix. A good way of snowballing this composition, Naizu.
Like I said, OSX, you know, Lark was sitting pretty even minutes ago already. He did have that BOD now too. Troll is, you know, this is, we got that fact in on our way here that Troll loves this Cho pick. And I feel like, you know, learning just from this game number one in this, yes, it's a best of 3, he might not get his hands on it once again because he's setting a lot of these things up for his team. Nori went down though, bottom side here, top though.
Yeah, Lark being stunned, now Troll on half HP, but targets out Aleem, giving time for Lark and Coffin to be safe, but Aleem gets the kill, but that is the sacrifice he's willing to make for Lark and Coffin to not be the liability for KSA.
Okay, I think Kazakhstan's still holding on. Yes, we're talking about a 3K gold lead here for Saudi Arabia, right? But still, they might be able to just hold on a little bit longer and then contest into those Lords if they can. Still though, Kashi.
Well, look at the damage coming from Kashi. Sanji's not letting him go. Sanji as well being trapped in 2. But Coffin is here in the vicinity, could give actual support, but now being trapped on red, being bursted down. That's Coffin taking that kill. Now 2 members being fallen down, Sanji as well, trying to hold Nori and Kazakh back to the base, but now still Kingdom of Saudi Arabia pushing through the mid lane. Nori once again falling down. 5 deaths and it's not even stopping. Kaleem, Lark on a killing mode streak on this Beatrix.
I thought you were leading up to that, man. I thought you were gonna say a killing spree. He's rolling with the killing spree. You know? But no, it's funny just because at this point, as soon as I said it, you know, if Kazakhstan could hold on a little bit longer, they might be able to contest into these objectives, right? Specifically that Lord. But now it's just looking grim. That whole last couple minutes that unfolded, a lot of this on the shoulders of Sanji. Look at him, right? He's just literally bobbing and weaving, having a good time in this Uranus. The team secures the Lord. He's not going to go down. He knows it. He's 3-0-5. It's a 4v1 in the bottom lane.
Just surviving and sustaining everything, giving everybody's attention onto his own lane. Now this KSA is just completely diverting how Team Kazakhstan could bounce back in the mid game.
Oh man, it's looking a little grim, right? Things are getting a little grim here. They might have to kind of work around it and do their best here. But right now, as they push in, they're gonna have to defend.
Now it's Team Saudi Arabia marching through this one, but there's a setup coming in from Troll now being trapped. That's 2 members down from Kazakhstan. Now they're taking another one. Kashi again falling down, but that is the casualty in the trade. Troll is still holding through, but this is just the holding part of Kazakhstan. What is now the answer of this team? 2 members down, 2 members as well for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Okay, so they hold on, right? But they lose that mid turret in the base. And if we just even take a look at the items here, it's going to be tough, right? Because you're talking at this point, it's like 6-7K gold lead, right? And with that kind of itemization, it's tough to deal with if you're Kazakhstan. Now, the best thing you can do is hold on. Here we go. We've got the items. You can see it, right? Everybody's kind of scrambling. Even Nori, he's had a rough time on this Clint, man. He's only got the Malefic Roar. He's got the Endless Battle. He doesn't necessarily have much mobility either, and that's just kind of one of the weaknesses of Clint. You know, you've got a little bit of a kind of move back, kind of get out of jail card. You've got the Flicker. But look how much mobility and kind of, even with the Ice Queen wand, just from Cuffin alone, makes it pretty much hell for Nori.
Yeah, and now Troll, with all of the setup that he's been doing with the Jeet Kundo and the Way of the Dragon, it gets so much sticky in the room and that you can't even get out. Look at that Kashi being in trouble on almost 1 HP left. Now they're trying to fight back with a fair airstrike. Troll is down. Kazakh gets another kill. What is the answer of Kazakhstan? Will they defend or will they attack? Look at the damage go. Will the arrow connect? No, it won't. But Sanji here still taking damage. Now they're just marching through everything. Now they're going back. There's no minions to push in the base of Kazakhstan.
So I'm going to look at the bright side here for Kazakhstan, right? Even given this massive gold lead and kind of item power that KSA has, they're holding on, right? They only still lost that middle turret, not too bad. The lanes weren't pushed in, so KSA couldn't kind of capitalize off of that. Now, most likely what's going to happen here is Sanji still takes a lot of the attention wherever he decides to go and spam the BTK sticker emote, right? But at the same time, Lord is now coming up. Look at the positioning, right? Is Kazakhstan in a place to actually contest this? Because if you ask me, it might just not be worth it. Just continue to defend in your base if you can. Sanji doing what he does best, right? Gets the attention, allows his team to secure that next Lord.
Yeah, almost 8K gold lead in the side of Kazakhstan, not even contesting. They haven't got one major objective on their side to go up and lift their economy and get the numbers and even the gold to go up against Team KSA. Because right now, look at the damage.
Whew.
It's being led by Kazakh here, having 44,109 from the side of Kazakhstan. It's not even, they need to have this equalizer for their team to go up with the damage and even the defense on the lineup of KSA.
You know, it's a tough situation, right? When your XP laner is the top of the damage, but still you're so far behind right now as a team. Like, all you can do in this situation is buy time, right? But how much time can you actually buy when the Lords just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger? Eventually, you have to be in a position where you can actually flip things around, and that's getting increasingly harder here.
Well, speaking of being hard now, flicker out from Kashi. Coffin, almost half HP. The Lord is trying to pierce through the base, but now ultimate is being used by Lark. Now there's few minions going in the base of Kazakhstan. Yes, they can still defend, but look at Kashi almost down in the sliver of health. Tarzan as well, half HP that they have caught Sanji out, still sustaining the fight. Kazakhstan is not giving up just yet.
Okay. Once again, this time they lose all their turrets. Base is going to be fully exposed, right? But I would say essentially, Kazakh's doing a great job of this Lapu Lapu, man. And there's a reason why he is on top of that damage leaderboard. He's able to hold his own kind of in the front of the battle, right? And this is something that we kind of expected from the draft, to be honest, right? When you see those first 4 picks, you know that, all right, essentially we're going to lack a little bit of a front lane, so then it becomes your XP lane's job to do that for you, and you're the sole pretty much front line, right? I mean, yes,
Pseudo tank.
Yeah, you kind of have to do that whole role yourself and hope that you can get these pickoffs or these burst windows.
Well, speaking of burst and damage, will they get through and pierce through 4? That Starzan taking down Kashi. There's no poke inside of Kazakhstan. Now Coffin is going on a roll with the damages. How will they go through? But Coffin has eyes on Aleem, not letting him go. Look at that Lark on the damage. Maximum damage potential onto this Beatrix.
That's it.
Now they're on the base. Now 2 or 1 members left to defend. And that is it for the first point. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia takes 1.
Okay, dominant victory there for Saudi Arabia here. Hey, we saw the poses earlier, man, and it looks like it might come to fruition here because that was just strong all around across the board in each lane. Just absolutely dominating. And again, I think one of the big things here for Kazakhstan is they just didn't get a chance to take a breath, right? They were constantly focused. There it is,
See?
right? We're getting a preview exactly what they want to happen. They want it to be a sweep. But let's, you know, before we go and kind of break down the game, just at the face value of that game 1, that's impressive, right? At least for Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that's a great start. Well, like I said, we kind of had some of these, we heard through the grapevine, especially even with the Cho pick, and we saw it there. And it wasn't just him. That's my point, is it was every lane really doing it. And you saw how much kind of focus even Kazakhstan tried to put in the jungle to stop things, but it was handled so well by Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they don't have how do I say this? They don't have a counter for the setup on how Troll does it from each of every time. And there was an early burst down on Clint. If you're a scaling gold lane hero, you don't want it to happen in the first 5 minutes. It got down to 2 kills early on onto Lark. So this is how a snowball composition works. We talk to about the draft. Global coverage, you have setups, you have burst damage with the AoE. That's one problem that Team Kazakhstan that needs to answer onto the next game.
It's a good thing you point that out because, again, from the draft, you didn't have as many options as you wanted probably to deal with that front line, especially when all KSA had to do, all Saudi Arabia had to do was like, where do we put Sanji? We're just plant Sanji here on the Uranus, he's going to be fine. 4 versus 1, no problem. Like, just let him be a big distraction. I feel like this is, you know, at a point where some people might feel like Uranus is kind of, in a way, it might be a little bit of a boring playstyle.
Yeah.
But because when you get that lead and you can kind of just farm up and be in a position to be able to do that and just take all that attention while your team goes and shines elsewhere, that can be a problem. Especially, again, looking at the draft from Kazakhstan, when you lock into Selena, you're hoping that early game you can start building that momentum with those pickoffs, with the arrows and everything else to land up to them, or at least to even feed your Farsa, right? In a way, you're hoping that you can help that scaling pick up even faster. But unfortunately, that just didn't happen, right? And things kind of fell into place. And I think also that's a good kind of indicator too, what I was talking about before we got to that draft was, those kind of traditional marksman picks. Yes, you mentioned Clint. We haven't seen too much of him. Yeah. But you could see, especially with the picks we're used to seeing, he didn't have much room to work with.
No. Coverage, AoE. How Coffin rotates around, if we had a heat map on how their mid laner goes around on aiding the gold lane so much, it gives a lot of potential for Lark to just even funnel through what he needs or what items he needs, because as you said, he built the steel leg plates just to sustain Clint's basic attack damage.
Yeah.
So throughout, it was just steel leg plates heading to the BOD. That's one answer that he just needed to continue throughout the game.
Not only that, but it was part of the fact was just that, again, as a Clint, the way that whole kit works, if you're getting pressured up there, you don't have many tools to kind of escape, right? And once that Ice Queen wand was even locked in from Coffin, it was, what do you do? Once the flicker is gone, once you have that little jump back ability done, you're kind of a sitting duck, right? I mean, it's really tough to deal with, not to mention, even before that point in the game happened, he was already having a hard time, right? He was at 0-2, 0-3 at one point. So your gold lane is struggling. You're kind of forced to, all right, we went from transitioning of putting pressure in the jungle to putting pressure, or to basically keeping our gold lane alive. And as we take a look here at just how this game unfolded, right, it was relatively close in the early game. This was great too. There was pressure, but then KSA just handled it so well.
Yeah, completely clean. And how they wanted to put targets on the right lane, this is just one way of dealing or giving Tarzan and also Lark to have the damage that they needed. Look how they cage through 3 and 4, even in the turrets. Only Kazak could be the front line. And as he does miss that, the bravest fighter, that's where Troll comes in. He waits for the proper time to use those setups that Team KSA could, or Team Kazakhstan could build or move from.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Even when you have this pretty much draft, it's really difficult to make it work if you don't get past that early game snowball potential. Like, that's literally what you're trying to do here, especially with pickoffs from the Selena. If you're not getting those pickoffs, it doesn't work for your pretty much transition to mid to late game, right? And that's kind of what we saw here. So what I'm expecting is pretty much a different draft, at least, for game number 2, to see if they can get themselves to game 3. Because right now, once again, across the board, this was played so well, from dealing with the aggression that was put in the jungle. Saudi Arabia handling that, allowing Tarzan to do exactly what he needed in the jungle, profited very well from that, and then they just kind of moved on, right? And once again, I'm wondering too, maybe you take maybe the answer here, already starting off the draft, is you just take that Uranus pick and you try to kind of emulate what Sanji did there.
Yeah, it was a meta. It was a meta in the qualifier. So it's no surprise that they still keep on using it. Because one thing that also that needs to be addressed in the side of Kazakhstan was they had the Selena. And one thing that they're also trying to solve is, where is Tarzan going? Because mostly he's securing his objectives and also giving vision on his team to have more control, especially have the Cho. You need more information to feed on, especially if you want good setup. So with this kind of strategy or composition from the side of Saudi Arabia, you need to answer a global way of like getting a right, counter for these things. Because you can't be all over the map in places at once. So that's a problem too. The roamer for Selena didn't work. It was underutilized as well on how it can rotate around that game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, essentially, it would have just worked better if they had something that could kind of complement the Lapu Lapu pick. Where, you know, with the Lapu Lapu, he had a great game, actually, though. Kazakh had it. But the problem is if he was gone, then you couldn't even fight. Like, let's say that was
There's
even...
no front line.
Yeah, let's say that was even at a point where it wasn't such a big gold lead. if your Lapu Lapu is gone, there's no one to really kind of initiate things unless you land an Abyssal Arrow, right? So
Yeah.
that was what I would have loved to see, is maybe if that Selena wasn't locked in. Again, this is part of the risk thing that we were talking about before. You know, before jumping into the game, they might like to just play a little risky, and that's kind of what we saw from game 1. But if you look at that draft, right, if they would have just had, let's say, a more rounded out tanky roam option, it could have worked, right? Because at least you have someone to complement the Lapu Lapu. But still, I don't think that would have been enough to solve all the issues there with that game 1.
It was a hit or miss,
Yeah.
most of the composition. So either you lose the chance or you just slow down the process of Team Saudi Arabia. Because that's one thing also, the kills, Beatrix, if you're a Beatrix early game, that's one thing that you wanted to have in the first 5 minutes. Kills over kills, and that was a 3-0 right away.
He was on a killing spree.
Killing spree. On a streak, in a spree. Even I was out for what to say on that moment, because it's just too massive of a damage being thrown upon the other team.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, sometimes it's a battle of what team can get their gold laners the best route to that mid to late game spike. And in that case, Lark, for example, he had a great early game. He didn't really have to do too much because the team also just helped him capitalize on that matchup versus the Clint. And then it just worked out really well for them as they transitioned mid to late game. And this is once again why, you know, roams play a huge part in that early part, because once, you know, you start to see that pressure on your jungler, you kind of help him out there so that he at least doesn't go down if you can get the buff better. But then you start roaming, right? Literally the roam role starts roaming and turns things around. And that's the momentum shift there.
Speaking of shift, so in the second game, there could be a respect ban coming out.
I think this is when you start. This is why I'm saying this is why I love it, because every time, you know, international tournaments or just tournaments in general, day 1 is always kind of like, well, let's roll the dice and see what happens.
Yeah.
You know, like with our comfort picks, with the enemy team comfort picks, and then you're going to see that meta kind of form here.
Yeah, they need something. They need a complete stronghold in their composition, because at some points, their playstyle could actually work. They ban out the elite, they ban out the Kufra, so it's a normal for a tank slot, even a land slot, to even work with those kinds of bans. It's a good ban.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's a bit of a hard approach if a lot of things happening at once. Even the EXP lane, man, Uranus got even a kill against a Lancelot solo kill.
Yeah.
So imagine that. So a problem after problem after problem.
Yeah. There's a lot of boxes you have to check, basically, you know, and you have to think from the mindset, too, from Kazakhstan, what they learned from game 1. And I think that's why, too, they kind of have to alter, especially the draft here for game 2 as they get kind of set up and prepared for that. Because interestingly, too, when you looked at the bans, those were a lot of those, for example, meta picks that we're, you know, so used to seeing.
Yeah.
And since they were kind of taken out, maybe that's what shifted them into that kind of composition, right? Very risky, very snowball, very let's get this momentum going early on. And when you don't have that happen, like I said, you need to be able to have a fail-safe. You need to have a plan B almost. And that lineup just didn't have it. So hopefully for game 2, as they get kind of prepped up for that, they're able to kind of reconsider those picks, maybe even let either steal one of those picks, like I said, the Uranus maybe, over from the other side of Saudi Arabia, or again, alter that draft, alter the banning phase here.
Yeah, so they ban out Novaria in game number 1. So that points or answers the question that if you're up a lane, they don't want that mid to late game, effectivity of a Novaria to even go and being countered upon the late game. So they don't want that. So Team Saudi Arabia has eyes on the possible potential threats.
Eyes on the prize.
Say, on the meta. Yeah.
Yep. Well, again, and I think we're just moments away from the draft here for game 2. I'm really curious to see how they kind of alter bans, picks, priorities here, because Saudi Arabia, to be honest, they don't have to change too much.
No.
You know, even down to the hero picks that they had, but the play style, the way that they kind of played around things, they were on point, man. You know, and it seemed like their communication was phenomenal this time, and the way that they kind of rotated around the map, the way that they fed off pretty much the setups with the way of the dragon from Troll, everything worked out really well. So I think there's a lot here, like I said, a lot of boxes, if you will, that has to be checked for Kazakhstan to not get swept here in that opening match.
Okay, so I say they could answer those boxes here right now in game number 2. So Okay, so Kingdom of Saudi Arabia don't want that Novaria. They don't want that.
They don't want it.
They don't want that turnaround, and even in the clapback of a threat of a team that
Yeah.
could be a possible way of bouncing back. So the main problem for Kazakhstan is they don't want the annoying skill set of an Arlet to be in there most of the composition, because mostly in the first game you don't have a front line. So I say it's more like, okay, you take the first hit first, and we'll do the second move after you do it, and let's see if it works or not.
Yeah. And as we get ready for this last ban here, let's see what's the play for KSA. There it is, the 1-1. Now for Kazakhstan, this makes sense, right? Like you mentioned. Cho being taken out, you don't want to give that to Troll once again.
That's a respect ban.
And I would love to see them just take in their own kind of setting hero roam this time around, right? And some might argue and be like, oh, that's Selena, man. Selena can be a set. Well, she only lands one arrow, right? And then you kind of
Hit or miss.
Yeah, you kind of, if you miss it, you gotta wait. You gotta wait again.
You gotta wait a little longer.
Yeah, and then you get to a point where you just jump into the fray and like you're probably gonna get bursted down, you know, or CC'd and stunned and dealt with. There you go. Last ban for the first phase from Kazakhstan is gonna be a Kaja.
So eyes on Troll.
Yeah.
On the way here, our friends also mentioned this. Nice. The Kaja, the Cho.
Yep.
Something tells me they're trying to open up something from Troll to be used in this one.
Well, we'll see if how deep that hero pool goes, right? I still think they might even opt here. Okay, they just go for the Eve. They prio the Eve, and why not? Because we just saw a phenomenal game from Cuffin previously, and even before he had the Ice Queen wand, which is such a massive item for Eve. Early on, he was playing around with the real world manipulation so well.
Okay, so they're doing it again. So again, Coffin being back on the Eve, nothing to be changed as usual. So they want that AoE, they want that setup, they want to cage in something in team fights that they could actually be a benefit for.
Yeah.
So with this, well, this opens up the marksman, or even Frederick. We haven't seen Frederick being prioritized, but okay, Kadita on to Kazakhstan.
I love it.
It's just okay. Personality. We have comfort. We have. Wait, Kadita and a Farsa. Is this going to be the goal lane that you've mentioned, or could be?
I don't. I'm leaning more towards the relationship we've seen between these two heroes before, Mid and Rome. They might still be trying to live on the edge, man. To be honest, they might just be like, let's still live on the edge. This is what we're comfortable with. They've got two big burst potentials already, and across the board, you can see, man, Tarzan does not mind. He still rolls with the Ling pick. He knows that there might be some pressure put in the jungle, and especially across from him, he's already got these two heroes that just burst like crazy.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm talking about. You count on your team. You know, once again, that you can count on them to help you with that jungle. And
there you go.
Lark.
Finally, we've seen a Fredrin back. We've been talking about
Not
a few
finally.
seconds.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, man. I mean, in this day.
No, I'm just saying, like, if we don't see Fredrin, I'm okay with it.
But now it's back. So, something to contest with Tarzan. As you know, being a utility hero for Kazakhstan, they were missing out something because they haven't gotten any objectives or buffs in the last game. All four, even on the First Lord. No contest, not even taking a peek on how they wanted to give a setup.
Yeah.
But what with the presence of the Kadita, maybe this changes things a little bit.
I think that's crucial, right? Great point there, OSX, because we were talking about early on when two turtles were already secured without any, there wasn't even a threat really of taking those turtles early on in the game. So Fredrin, as much as, personally, I've seen enough Fredrin so far, but this might be the play to at least secure those objectives to hope that you can get that momentum built early on. And if that's the case, it's great for Kazakhstan. Now, the question would be, how exactly do they round out that lineup for the second phase? Already, though, as we get through the second phase of bans, you can see, once again, they take out that Lolita, they take out the Diggy. There's a lot of focus there on the Rome, man.
Yeah, Rome, it's all about the playmaker. Troll, and they don't want that setup to be missed. They want to make things work now. Kazakhstan wants to have a great way of countering team fights because, again, this could be a snowball competition because we've seen Kingdom of Saudi's lineup. We have the Beatrix, so now they could pick up another EXP, like it could be a Lapu Lapu or could be the Uranus being present once again. So now they pick on a carry for Kazakhstan. A melting or shredding point of a marksman pick.
I'll say this. So far, I like it better than Game 1's draft. 100%.
Oh yeah,
you know,
better.
At least
Adjusting on the fly.
At least we see that. But my thing still, even with the Kadita pick, is if you're able to burst things down, you know, you kind of always have the option there. But knowing what we saw from Game 1, I kind of I just expect KSA know how to deal with that. Already, though, they pick up the Grok. We'll see what the last pick is here for the second phase. You've just, once again, you really got to be able to control a lot of the objective space. They've already done that, checking that off with Eve. They've got the Grok. Oh, and now they cap it off with a penalty zone of their own. Terizla.
Oh, we're going to see it once again. We've seen this back in the qualifiers. Now Terizla is back in the hands of Sanji. Now this tells me a lot of setups. You have the real manipulation, you have the penalty zone, troll setups. The deadly setups of troll could be mayhem.
Troll setups does not sound very professional. I don't know. Like when you're like, oh, yeah, these are troll setups, but they're actually like amazing.
Amazing, but that's his IGN.
He's not trolling.
It's troll setup, but not trolling. But he's damn serious about it.
Yeah, and he's good at it too. Like if anything, what we saw once again, and what warranted that Cho ban, this time we see how he does it, rolling around on the Grok, right? And at the same time, objective control here from KSA is so good, right? It's something that Kazakhstan has to deal with. Hopefully, the best thing they can do for Kazakhstan is get an immediate -1 from KSA. And I think that's, once again, the game plan here. You've got Kadita, you got Farsa. Hopefully you can actually be a threat in the objectives. You've got the Fredra now too. And this is great. Right, we talked about this, man. The Lapu Lapu now is complemented, right? You're not the sole frontline guy jumping around.
Not anymore.
You might be brave, but like let's not be too brave. Let's at least, you know, stay alive.
Measure the composition and being alive in those team fights, because if this composition works for KAZ, the Kadita roam makes a difference because there's a Ling, there's also the Eve, so this counters out where, or he can actually be poking something out once teams get into the objectives like last time.
Yeah, that's the main thing I would take away from game number 1 is wanting to see the objective congestion here. And the tools are there, right? The tools are here as we jump into game number 2. They're at match point here for KSA, though. So we got to see a game 3. Troll already very aggressive.
Yeah.
Even on the Grok here.
Trolling around with the Grok. Now eyes on the purple. Trying to delay Aleem here. Still the same thing. Still the same approach because they want Tarzan to have his purple. But instead he opted for the orange now. Faster. But look at this. The emblem's nice too.
Yeah, hold on though. Kashi could be in trouble.
Almost dropping onto the HP, still regen. Sustaining. Regen is on, so trying to contest that. Again, the Lethal Wanderer now onto the hands. How's the emblem now?
Love it, right? And we were talking about this earlier, tenacity being so strong. Well, this time they all went their own play style, right? And I love to see it, especially in consideration Cuffin having crazy games. This time he's got a little bit of that speed. He's also got a little bit of that cooldown reduction to help him out, spam those things. Now, my biggest thing too is, once again, the burst potential. Both Kashi and Red running the Rupture, right? The tier 1, they're going for that penetration. They want to be able to get the immediate -1 we were looking for. Now, big thing too is, can Kashi get the combination off, right? That's massive if he can, and the follow-up's going to be there, right? So Troll, once again, getting the information he needs. Early on, I don't expect anyone to actually go down until that first hurdle, but that's best case scenario. Yeah, have that full force, full fight for it.
Yeah. Foiling or checking out on the right way to strike here. If you're KAZ, now this is looking good for their own emblems. You have 2 possible burst damage heroes that can be a threat for KSA. So it's an option if you want to build defensively or aggressively. Now first hurdle is up. Aleem here is trying to poke out the turtle now. Looks like they'll be catching 1. That's Stroll. Sanji with the penalty zone catching 2. Making it the first blood. Now this is Cuffin being in trouble from the Raven fighter now, but Red takes down the Eve, and now Aleem still has eyes on the turtle. Now what's going to be, look at the damage coming out from the EXP laner. Now it's still KAZ finally taking their first objective, the turtle, on their hands.
That was great. That was great for Kazakhstan there. They played it very well, right? And there were some misplays as well from KSA, but like I said, they got punished from Kazakhstan. Even the fact that, you know, things were kind of held on. Aleem was quite low, but able to utilize that Praiser's Wrath. He even had to use the Retribution. He didn't use the Retribution to secure the turtle, right? It was taken by Red here. So still, we're kind of seeing, once again, the potential this time around from this Farsa pick working much better here for game number 2.
You have a better zone, you have a better burst, that's the AoE. Now Red's again, Feathered Airstrike could mean something out of the team fights. Look at that, exchanging ultimates, Kazak and Sanji. Who is sustaining this fight? Look at the regen from that Terizla rising up the HP bars. Now this is all pokes. Now going back here, river control still being sustained by Kazakhstan, Naisu.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, you're hoping that Kazakhstan can hold on to this lead that they have, right? And if we saw anything from game number 1, we know that this man right here, Kazakh, can hold his own on the Lapu Lapu, right? Best case scenario, he continues on, but look at the focus actually as I say that. 3 members of KSA now kind of trying to get vision there. Meanwhile, top side too, some focus as well in the top lane.
Now it's off goal late, but Lloyd hold that thought. Oh. It's Kazakh. Will he fall down? No, he will not. Red with the reinforcement of the Feathered Airstrike. He still lived. But that was a trade. Look at that, how they even respond to that. KAZ onto the global response. Look at that knock-up onto Troll. Now that could mean business. He falls down the hands of Nori.
Okay, what we're seeing here, OSX, is a better version of Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
The synergy between their abilities as well, the layering of the CC that they have in this whole composition is working out really well for them, and then hopefully they can maintain it, right? Because if they can get a kill also on Lark here, that's going to be massive. They got to kind of control him, not allow him to just kind of free farm up, get to the point where we saw him last game. But already, like I said, Kazakhstan off to a great start for game number 2. They might be able to just secure themselves here a second turtle, but let's see if KSA can do anything about it.
This could be a retreat battle onto Aleem versus Starzan. Who is going to get this second turtle? Starzan almost half HP. Will he make a Tempest Blade being used? Now Retribution secures the objective. Now KSA taking their first turtle of this game.
Okay, Nori should be fine. They trade across the map, right? Turtle's going to be taken. They go ahead and focus on the turret. That's going to be the first one of the game secured over here for KSA. So objective trading right now. We'll see if they can maintain this, right? And at the same time, a turtle for each team already secured. That third one, we'll probably see them all go full on for it. But still, a lot of action mid lane.
Oh, off-cam kill. We've got it there by Tarzan. Taking down Kashi, being caught up on 5 of that river, in that river.
So here's what we're seeing too. With this Kadita pick, yeah, the combo is great. We saw it just a few minutes ago in the top lane. But if you continue to get battered like this, 0-2, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle because eventually, too, that burst potential to get that -1 gets a little bit harder every time, every minute the game goes on, right? Especially when, if KSA decides to even build some magic resistance to deal with that, even if it's just the Athena shields. As we take a look here, we're going to have to look at the items if we can. But hold on, here's the replay, right? And this is a great steal. Well, I mean, given the situation, Tarzan able to get this, goes in, Tempest Blades, retries it away, fitting for his name, Tarzan. He's in the jungle, and he means business.
Yeah, not swinging, but flying all over the map.
Love it.
See? That's how he actually works for Team KSA. Now focusing on this lane, Nori here being eyed by 3. Feather Airstrike being used defensively by Team Kazakhstan. Now Troll is on the other side on the L-Bush. Now this could mean they could either do a push here, but look at that up top. Tarzan and Aleem, almost half HP. Still a good amount of damage for Aleem here being a Fredrin. I think that's a problem heading on to mid-late game.
Yeah, and at the same time, you can still see being pressure here. Kashi, though,
rough waves Bursting the damage. Kashi again falling down in the hands of Cuppin. Kazakh with a kill. Now Lark secures one. That's Nori falling down. 2-1. Now who will get this turtle once again? Two members from KAZ is present. Only Tarzan is here. Just by the wall. Will he swing? Will he fly? Almost 3/4 HP taken from this turtle. Aleem. Red is also here. They have burst damage. You have attack damage, but Aleem secures this one with the retribution. Not today.
That was
Tarzan.
That was a great attempt. You know, great try there, great effort from Tarzan, but unfortunately for him, not able to get it. Kazakhstan played around that really well, but still, the fact that they got those 2 kills on the bottom side for KSA, they put punishment where they can find it, right? So right now, it's still pretty even across the board, I would say. So now you're going to want to start fighting for positioning, for space around the map to work with before that first Lord of the game comes up here, right? And that's kind of what we see. KSA once again in position. Let's put pressure in the jungle if we can. Let's see if there's anything that we can find. And it looks like the bottom side.
Nori being trapped in the RWM. Now Kashi here. Look at the light wheel mark onto Cuffin. He's not letting him go. The first kill gets or goes on to Nori, finally taking the damage in. Now Kashi knocking up Troll, going back to the turret for the defense, but Aleem here, I think he's not letting him go. 2 against 1, almost half. That's the wall. Aleem, we have minions here present, but Troll holding on to this turret. Now it's better to let it go.
Yeah, Troll knows that could have gone really bad if he stayed a little bit longer, able to get back to base. But look at the pressure. As I was saying, right? Put pressure on the map, open it up for the best, for your best transition to that first Lord of the game. KSA does that flawlessly. They did get that kill up there, utilizing that penalty zone earlier from Sanji, and it transitioned to the tier 2 going down. As we take a look at the items here, builds, once again, gold-wise, it's relatively even, right? But even so, Kashi just finished that Genius 1. Still looking for kills if he can find them. If they get that numbers advantage, it works out really well for them. 20 seconds away from the first Lord here. They're looking for anything.
Oh, look at that penalty zone flicker combo. Red goes down to the hands of Troll. What a good setup for KSA. Now with follow to the back lines. Look at that. Appraiser's run connecting onto Lord. No marksman. Now it's a go time for KSA to fight back our defense. Now Kashi, look at that. Being bursted down by the rough waves. Nori finally gets the kill. Now it's KAZ bouncing back. Something new. Look at that Void Crystal being used to poke out Aleem. Now this is a good view for Kazakhstan to take this Lord.
They should be able to get this. Tarzan able to secure his purple, going to put pressure on the tier 1. They might look to just try to steal this away if they can. Not sure if they're in a good position to, but if Tarzan can do it, he's definitely going to attempt it. Already leaping across the wall,
Troll.
quite low.
Who's going to make it? Who's going to take this Lord onto the first Lord? It's going to be Nori securing the kill onto Troll, but Aleem secures the objective. Still KAZ. A better performance from game number 2, I say.
Oh man, this is a great performance from Kazakhstan from game number 1 again, which was very one-sided. So they've got things together. It looks like they're in tune with each other here, especially with the composition they have. And you know, as much as I say it, we saw so much of Fredrin in the past, but it's working wonders here that they pulled it out because, like we said, you needed to complement that Lapu Lapu pick, and kind of that's what's unfolding here, right? You're really shining there. Nori as well has had a way better game this time around rather than the Clint from the previous game. So they're setting things up for a game number 3 if they can find it. Sanji, though.
Oh, Sanji not in a good position. Use the penalty zone aggressively. It could be defensively, but Aleem onto the back lines. But now Coffin using the Void Crystal to slow down the march of KAZ. Now this opens up another part of position of the map for Aleem to steal his objectives against Tarzan.
Okay, so far so good for Kazakhstan. They're going to get themselves a tier 2 turn on the bottom side. It looks like Tarzan's just making the call. You know what? I'm going to do what Lings do when they're down and they don't really have much to work with, right? Now, he hasn't died, which is great, but he doesn't really have openings in these team fights as well. So what do? You push the side lanes. You put pressure where you can find it and hope that it at least alleviates some of the pain or some of the pressure being put on Kazakhstan right now. Still, I would say you're kind of seeing, even for Troll, he's got to be able to find that one Holy Mary wild charge, the set, right? But what's happening is it's the opposite. Kazakhstan is playing so well in the counterpunch department, dealing with what KSA is throwing at them. So it's kind of who finds the better situation to be in and who has a way to counterpunch the counterpunch. I don't know what you call that, a counter to the counter.
Counter to the counter, that's the
There it
rough way.
is.
That's a knockoff. Sanji falling down again. Kazakh on almost low on HP. Look at the damage from Lark, but now Tim's place dropping down onto 2. Now Nori falls down, that's the shutdown.
Wow.
Now Tarzan eyeing on Takashi Leave, going for the reinforcement of the hill, he make it to the cut. Now Tarzan falls, now going back on the walls. Defensively, Lark still survives.
Oh no.
He still survives, but now Troll trying to hold on, still sustaining this one, 2 against 1, flicker out for Coffin. Man, this Lapu Lapu is not letting go. He's trapped behind the wall, he's burning down. Coffin secures and answers it back with a recall.
Sword's too big, can't fit through there, so he tried.
Mind the gap, mind the size. The wall is not too good for Lapu Lapu.
That's what happens when you carry around a big sword, you know? You just can't get through those crevasses. And now, as we're seeing, that was literally the counter to the counter, what I was saying. It happened, right?
The counter.
It happened. And so with that being said, now you've got this Lord here that's for the taking for either of these teams. Right now, numbers advantage for now is for KSA.
Advantage now is from that penalty zone. Now catching one, that's Nori. There's no marksman. Now Tarzan gets a double. Now onto this real manipulation. It's Aleem being trapped in 5. How is he making this? Will he sustain? But no, it's Aleem taking down Coffin at the cost 4 members down. And that's a Maniac. The first Maniac of IESF right here in Saudi Arabia. Tarzan, the king of the jungle. The Kazakh with a steal.
What just happened? How did Kazakh do that? And he's still going. He finally dies, but man, he just had a huge play securing the Lord, but is it enough? There you go. A couple members going to spawn here, but wow, what a play.
Oh, what a play. What the mindset of Kazakh. 4 members now, he just jumped in. Now or never mindset, like, okay, I'm going to try to steal this one. But yeah, he did it.
That's a pretty big sword, Kazakh.
Pretty big sword, a pretty big heart. A heart of
He's
not
a brave
giving up.
fighter.
Brave heart. Brave fighter, brave heart. Now prison in Kazakh.
Yeah.
At the cost of his life, that's a push. That's a flicker out. So now there's time for KAZ, but some knockup from the rough wave. Now 2 will be dropping. Nori secures the kill, but as well as the HP is dropping down, Nori, another foul. That's a double! And he's not letting go of Sanji here. And that is caused by the cost of Kazakh's life and taking this Lord with him with a sliver of health. Bought them time, bought them push. But yeah, it didn't make it.
It almost made it.
It's almost.
Not quite.
Oh,
it's
no.
still going though.
Oh, Lark could be the target here. Oh, Kazakh has eyes on the prize there. No damage dealers for KSA. Now it's Stroll with the double and
That's
KAZ.
it.
Kazakhstan eyeing on Stroll, not letting him go.
They
Red,
hold on.
but no, there's
Wow.
still chance backing out with the Feather airstrike. There's no minions. No minions for Kazakhstan to push.
That was amazing from Troll too. You got to say, right? I mean, that literally could have ended the game there, but even using that wild charge to buy a little bit more time to allow the rest of the team members to come up, hey, it saved the game so far. It was looking like we were going to a game number 3.
Yeah.
But wait, this game too, I'll say this. It's quite the exciting matchup compared to what we saw from game 1. A lot was learned there, right? I mean, a lot was learned, obviously, from Kazakhstan. And at this point, you got to be wondering, what can KSA do? Gold-wise, it's not that different, right?
Yeah.
But so far, once again, it's who counters who? How do you play around those setups that's happening? Even Kashi, man, he's got 6 deaths, but he's got 7 assists, and he's actually finding some of these setups, utilizing that kit on the Kadita to find moments where they can possibly get someone down. And now we're going to have to get into immortality territory, right? So it gets even more kind of detailed on how you approach those fights. Whose immortalities can you get down? And leading up into that next Lord in about 10 seconds.
Here's the problem now of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia team. Now, looking at this, Kashi with the Purify, knock up from Kazakh's bravest fighter, and also you have the taunt from Aleem. You even have the slow from Red. So there's no Purify on the side of KSA.
Yeah.
You can force out the flickers onto the players of KSA, but that could be their last resort of escape.
Well, right now, it's going to come down possibly to this Lord. If it's given away, it's going to be very difficult for them to deal with in a defense situation for KSA. They have to contest this, and if that means Tarzan gets his purple, swings in, tries to get it, they're going to try, but here we go.
Kazak, half HP, Sanji, almost as well, almost slowing down the team of Kazakhstan, but now it's still present here.
Okay.
KSA is looking for an avenue, Naisu, but Kashi is patiently waiting on who's going to step first.
Yep.
Still controlling the lanes, though.
Lord resets.
Nobody saw.
Kashi gets in position.
Okay, in position. Look at the control here of KZ. Just by this Lord, just by this Luminous Lord. They don't know where. They don't know where Kashi is. Nobody's checking this bush right now. And look at this. This could be a trap, a triangle of death for this team fighting set of KAZ right now. Nobody's checking it. They're pulling on
Kashi's
KSA.
on the move.
Oh, with the conceal catching two, that make it three! With a rough wave disabling 3 members out of KSA. They're not stopping, but Lark can make it through the ultimate now. Hit one, but Tarzan secures down one with exchange of Aleem's trade. 3 members down inside of KSA, but Nori, he's mad, he's on the run. Nobody moved, 3 members out, and they never knew where Kashi could be.
Kashi just had a play of the game moment, right? He died 6 times this game, and it all came down to that moment where he got the 3-man knockup, and it's gonna possibly win them the game here.
Oh, look at that. Base almost half HP now. Aleem is the last one to defend here. Minions pushing through. Kazakhstan now still working on clearing this waves, but now they could possibly end this base. Troll using the conceal, using the knockup to buy more time, but the damage will make it through the base, and today, Kazakhstan says no to that 2-0.
There we go. What a game number 2 between Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan, able to take us to a game 3. And this is what we wanted. Because hey, we don't want the sweeps here.
Yeah.
Right? We don't want the sweeps. And it just I got like the adjustments made from game 1 to game 2 so apparent here, where again we went from a very one-sided game in game 1 to such a close one in game 2, but still you gotta say Kazakhstan really controlled a lot of parts of this game, and you know they're of course excited as well to get to a game 3, because this has to be the thing, right?
Yeah.
The fact that you still go with a composition that relies on momentum in a way, right? You want to get those burst windows down. You want to be able to get those numbers advantages. And there was times where they weren't able to do that, but because they had the backup, the composition they rolled with, it worked out so well. And again, this is just having Fredrin with the Lapu Lapu, man. Like, that was a big component to this draft. And like I said, Kashi having, I wouldn't say he was having a rough time, because
But he has rough waves.
yes, I walked right into that. He has the rough waves. But that's the thing. Kashi was able to find some of the setups that he needed. He was struggling, like, he would go down, right? He has six deaths, like I said. But that final moment when he patiently waited in that bush, even I feel like there was a time he's probably like eyeing Cuffin, because Cuffin got relatively close. He's like, I can probably just go for this, get that kill. But instead, he waited. And then eventually it led to him using the conceal into 3 members. So not only did he get Cuffin, but he also was able to find Lark. So that was huge, right? He was able to get 2 big, pretty much members, components of that lineup, and able to just have the rest of the team collapse down. So great game there from Kazakhstan.
From calling it, knocking up 2, make it 3. And that's one thing, the element of surprise of how Team Kazakhstan managed to pull themselves back.
Yeah.
And that is purely momentum on how they adjust. They ban out the heroes of Troll. Now they have adjusted so much in terms of the team fights. Just in game number 2, going back on this replay, 2 minutes into the game, the first turtle was onto the side of Kazakhstan. And that's how this Lapu Lapu, the XP laner, made so much difference in the early game.
Yeah, Kazak, I'd be surprised if he gets his hands on a Lapu Lapu again. It just feels like such a comfortable hero for him, you know, and he's able to do so much with it. So we'll see if it actually ends up being picked or banned out in the future here for game number 3. But still, like I said, Tarzan even doing the best he could, able to take a turtle from the hands from Kazakhstan, but even able to push the side lanes the best he could, right? When there really wasn't anything else that he could do. I mean, even that play there, working alongside Sanji, but still, every single time there was something in play from KSA, Kazakhstan just had an idea. Like, okay, we saw them do that. We can either go with a cross-map play or we can counter-punish them. And even this, leading into that Lord fight, this was such a good orchestrated fight, right? Between these both of these teams.
Yeah, and look at these replays 10 minutes into the game. They're looking for an avenue. Team KSA was looking for an avenue to have this setup. Now, onto the front lines, they were having some trouble, and the moment the troll falls down, it's just so difficult to adjust on how would you enter the wrath of KAZ with the burst. Yeah, there's two emblems here present in red and Kashi.
Yeah, lethal ignition is tough to deal with, man.
Ignition.
You know, and we actually, there's been a lot of talk about that emblem as well, and how a lot of players like to opt for it, just the way that it works, you know, with that adaptive damage. There we go, too. Kazakh not able to get away, but right after that, this is where he turned, like, after being trapped by a wall, he comes through the wall and gets the Lord here. So team is going to fall apart. He's making his way down to the Lord pit. As he gets there a little bit too late, it just looks troublesome, right? You're thinking, okay, this is going to be a Lord here for KSA, but look what he does. Kazakh just patiently goes in, jumps over the wall, takes the Lord. He might go down, you know, and this was even after the Maniac.
And he didn't care at all. He got the Lord, he got what he did what he needed to do, and that's just enough for them to just pull through and push.
Yeah, this was, you know, still the defense, I believe, from Troll. They do lose that mid-turret, the inhibitor, into the base, but they hold on a little bit longer. And you would think that, you know, KSA might have had a chance to turn this game around here, but, you know, miraculously, Kazakhstan, once again, this is what I was talking about. Boom. That patience from Kashi, able to find the multiple member knockup, and it just kind of falls apart from there into the win.
2-3, amazing replay moment there. That changed everything for their side. If they don't know what's coming, if they knew and checked that bush right after they marched through that Lord pit, it could be a different approach. Because if they saw Kashi there, it could be a burst down for the side of Team Kazakhstan right away, but nobody did.
That's the thing. If Kashi hadn't been that patient, or maybe set up even in that bush, then there might have been an opportunity for KSA to turn that around, right?
Yeah.
Because that was a critical moment. Once again, like I said, Kashi was able to find some of the knockups that he needed throughout the game. Sometimes he wasn't able to get it, but that was a very game-winning moment for him and his team right there.
Amazing.
So able to take us to game 3. And now I'm wondering here, now that once again, we talked about this before we jumped into the matchup, things are kind of settling into place, right? But still, there's, even when we got a chance to look at, you know, from the tier 1 to the tier 3 emblems, once we jumped in that game number 2, there was a lot of variation. And you could see kind of how that played a part in this matchup.
Yeah, and speaking of the matchup here, they targeted 4 bans on the Troll, and that worked.
It did.
Completely worked. And if you look at the stats here on how the game went, it's something different that we could see on how it could, well, emerge on game number 3. But looking at the SPO stats in the second game, look at this. The goal is not too far, but one thing that they funneled on here was also Tarzan. Even Eve. Not even much so for Beatrix, but it's how they made their own lineup work, Naisu.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, relatively, it was a close game, right? But there was a lot of times, once again, where both teams were just counter-playing into each other, whether that was through map objectives, putting pressure where they had to, or even just straight up, you know, skirmishing it out, team fighting it out, and the better team won. I feel like even for Lark, this was a much harder game for him on this Beatrix than what we saw in the game number 1. And it showed, right? A lot of this too. Again, even locking in that Athena shield, he still had to deal with a lot of that follow-up, right? Even if he got focused on and dealt with, he didn't have much room to work with, you know, and that's why he had such a hard time on the Beatrix, not able to follow up, even if the sets were coming out from Troll. It was just so difficult, right? And the same thing. Tarzan really tried to turn things around the best that he could in the situation that he was in, but just overall, Kazakhstan had an answer for that. And the same can be said, right? You had you had the Farsa. Red was playing the Farsa here, and it worked out so well for him this time, right? Because early on, he was able to burst people down, aside having Kashi there with him.
Yeah, there was no Petrify present for Team KSA, but look at the item buildup here. The 170 KDA of this Kadita that didn't even feel that much of a 7th death at all, because the burst, how he made it through the setups here, paved so much way.
Yeah. Not only that, but a big part of that, looking at the, not even just from the number perspective, but the ability to actually start those objectives and contest them early on the turtles. That was a lot of the whims of having a Fredrin this time. Like I said, you know, I would have loved to see them have that option if it's not in the roam, because like we were saying, maybe you go with a tankier option or a setter for the roam, but this time they're just like, no, let's just go with, you know, we love that kind of risk burst potential lineup that we have, but we just go back to a traditional pick that we've seen from the meta so much before, which is the Fredrin, and this worked out really well for them. But it's funny too, because again, Fredrin, he wasn't, you know, we're so used to seeing that jungle emblem, the Demon Slayer before, but this time, like, he didn't even, you know, he didn't have it. He had the attack speed. He had a Swift. He had, I believe it was Swift. So he was rolling with that for the tier 2. So, you know, we have so much here, but we are going to be taking a short break before we go to game number 3. So hold tight with us. Everybody watching from around the world, we'll be back after this short break. Joining us, welcome back to Gamers 8, the IESF World Champion, the Asian Championship. And we're starting off with match 1 today. We've already gone through 2 games, and it's been quite the series, I would say, right, between Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia. So we're headed to a game number 3. This is exactly what we wanted, OSX.
Yeah. First match, best of 3, that's 3 games. And how they managed to adjust, I think Kazakhstan knows how to see the possible threats here now in KSA.
Yeah.
Roam heroes, you also have the main possible meta heroes to be off the charts. So this is where they probably bounce back today.
Well, honestly, if you look at game 2, they already bounced back. You know,
Yeah.
I would say Kazakhstan especially. Again, if you missed it, if you guys are watching around the world there and you missed it, game 1 was very one-sided, right, in favor of Saudi Arabia, and they were feeling pretty good about it. But then Kazakhstan made the correct adjustments for game number 2, and they came out swinging, and they did it very, very well. So it was a relatively close game overall, but just the execution from Kazakhstan was top tier, right? So now it leaves to wonder for game number 3 specifically, what are the adjustments going to be, right? We still saw that the majority of the bans from game 1 and game 2, the game plan it seems to be for Kazakhstan is let's ban out Trolls heroes, right?
Yeah.
Let's not give them any of that.
Straight 4 heroes out.
Yes, we've seen that before, you know, and it, in a way, did it work? Do you think that worked? Because it forced them on the Grok in game 2.
It did. It perfectly did work for Kazakhstan. And that was the setups that Troll and I felt he was trying to do from early game for the first 5 minutes of the game, looking for a way on who to pin down inside of Kazakhstan. Yeah. And they were mostly losing the chance because, again, the roam there is the Kadita. He has the Purify, he has the Ocean Audi, he has the Rough Waves to even escape. So with that, he can even burst out or take out the resource out of KSA most of the time. And the setups were not really that translating into good results.
Well, that's what I think, right? In terms of so far, what we've seen from game 1 and 2, we know that Kazakhstan might like to opt for that kind of lineup, right? Go with the fact that we like to live a little bit on the edge, and that's what we saw from them. The Kadita, the Farsa pickup, working out actually relatively well. Now, you can't just look at the numbers, right? Because in that sense, the Kadita, a lot of the times, is going to have quite a few deaths because the whole point of drafting that hero is to just go nuts and get a kill if you can.
Yeah.
If it's not a kill, a knock-up or at least something, some sort of resource expended, right? So now we see the adjustments for this game number 3. KSA is going to be blue here, Kazakhstan on the red. There it is. It's already started, right? There's the troll ban.
That's the troll ban, Prio ban on Kazakhstan.
And that's a real ban. We're not saying troll, you know.
No.
You guys get it.
That's his IGN. He lives for that. And how he managed to be in a good position to outperform the roamers of Kazakhstan. They're respecting the fact that they won't make Troll use this show again. So we have the Diggy on the last one. We have the Kaja being banned. So Grok could be a way of like letting it go again for Troll. They might force Troll to use those heroes again out of his book.
Yeah.
So by this, KSA could really tell, oh wait, Troll, how about you do something? You choose something out. Something different that we can see here.
I love this too, right? I love the fact that this time KSA decided to take out the Fredrin. Because we kind of talked extensively about exactly what had to happen for Kazakhstan from game 1. And you know, it was a great pick. It was a great draft the previous game. It really allowed Alim to kind of complement once again the Lapu pick and roll around with that in the objectives and deal with that. So, you know, also a respect ban coming out. They take out the Ling. Yeah, so they decide this time they don't want to give that over to Tarzan. He's already putting up a threat. You notice, like I said, even when he didn't have the angles that he was looking for, he was putting pressure on the side lanes, doing great. And so already, respect coming out for the series, and first pickup, the priority here for KSA is going to be none other than Joy.
Finally out of the bans, but okay. Responding it right away with an Eve against a Joy. Oh, backline security here could be answered right away by Kazakhstan, but they managed to get the carry second. Round the first phase, okay.
It's a little switcheroo here.
Oh yeah, and we have Kadit on the side of for KSA.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering, right? Like these specific adjustments. I'm still kind of wondering exactly where the Joy is gonna go. Again, it's one of those heroes that even though I guess statistically, you've seen Joy Park like in the XP lane a lot of the times. There's still the realm of possibility that she's placed elsewhere. So now that you have that, right? Even Kadita, we're still kind of expecting to be in that roam position. And there's the Beatrix, so they pick up Beatrix once again. They're going to put that in the hands of Lark here, who, you know, had an amazing game 1, had a relatively hard game 2.
Yeah.
And it was because of this pick, by the way. It was because of the Kadita threat. So it makes sense. Let's take that away.
Okay, they're not letting it go to Kazakhstan once again. It was a big of a problem. Vision was covered, Burst was covered. So if they want to Eve go, so this is one way to counter it. So counter for counter once again, but they stole it and go up against Kazakhstan. So now, oh, interesting band here, huh? Hayabusa as well. Nice. So we're leaning towards the assassin meta picks that we might see up against El Lancelot. Now Kazakhstan is streaming it down. They're pushing either KSA to be on the utility side, or they're pushing this Joy just to be in the jungle role.
Yeah. Well, and you know, still kind of being up in the air, we got to see exactly where things kind of fall into place. That's one of the great things about having those heroes that are rather flexible. So Diggy's going to come out for a ban. Interesting, right?
Wait, Yi Sun-shin?
Yeah.
In the new emblem right now, I've seen so many. It works great. We've missed Yi Sun-shin in few seasons of the professional league.
Yeah.
Being used by the world champions, world-class players. Now, this is something that Kazakhstan was looking at. Since they want the Joy to be in the jungle, they don't want this possible power meta pick to show up. IESF, okay, we might see something interesting here. So now the Arlok ban, another XP lane, so a much more balanced respect here.
Yeah,
KSA.
I feel like even, you know, Kazakhstan, like they're banning here relatively different from what they did in game 1, game 2, where it was so hyper-focused on Troll. Yeah. But this time it's like they've kind of settled in the fact that, all right, we just take out the Cho, we take out the Kaja. We're okay there. We can handle everything else, right? So let's see, again, how they round this out now that the banning phase is done. And, you know, the fact, too, that this time around, Aleem goes on that Lancelot, I feel like this could still work in favor of them as long as they're able to kind of complement this lineup, right?
Sure.
Not just be forced into having a one-man front. And there it is.
Khalid.
Wow. Fitting, by the way.
It
Awesome.
is. Khalid in IESF. Wow.
He's bringing the sand.
He's bringing the sands right here in Saudi Arabia. A debut pick as well. Okay, XP lane. You have the control, you have the setup, you have the physical penetration, the adaptive damage on how the emblems could work here. But they're going back with the Selena. Okay.
I love both these drafts. I'm just going to say it, right? I'm glad that we have
Bane as well.
Yeah,
Bane.
That's why. You know, you got Bane there.
And a Kufra. Finally, they take it.
So I'm assuming the Bane is going in the jungle. I'm going to just assume that, right? Like, Bane is going to go in the jungle. We got Tarzan there, locking it in. So Joy in the XP lane, right? And at the same time, we have to also wonder, how does this work this time? Now that you have a Selena here for Kazakhstan once again, will you be able to capitalize on those abyssal arrows that we didn't see happen, you know, previously in the games for this series? So I feel like that's a big task, but still, if it's paired up, especially, you know, you have Khalid this time, you have Eve, it might be a little bit better in terms of like overall setting with the arrows, or at least the environment should be better for you to be able to land those and follow up with them.
Yeah. So now we could expect this Selena to be more busy than game number 1. Something tells me this is a program match for this Selena. They want to put up something here, an identity that was missed in game number 1. So we're back in this game, 15 seconds in. 3 members of Kazakhstan now guarding the purple buff to be securely taken here by Aleem. But on the other way around, KSA still the same thing. Control on the mid lane, and that's where they spread out.
Okay. I gotta say already too, you know, for our first match here, it's amazing that we get 3 games, right? This is always a treat. Best of 3s going the distance. And to anybody, basically, this one can be anybody's game here. Already Sanji popping that Vengeance early on. But even as we take a look, right, KSA is running 3 lethal ignitions. They got a killing spree, and they've got the concussive blast. Meanwhile, on the other side, there's still, right, a good, healthy mix of emblems being locked in here. There's an arrow.
That's obviously arrow being catched by one. Coffin almost out, or being in the first blood, but Troll was there. Good reinforcement and defense, though. So that's 3 members with the burst damage of KSA. Sanji dodging, facing through that wall. Now, something else BKAZ needs to build up on the Magic defense here once we head on the mid-game.
Yeah. It's, in a way, too, you got to figure out how you're going to handle this Khalid specifically. Now, you know, we don't have too much information on how well it's going to work, you know, with the metal kind of settling up. But top side, though.
So how will they defend this? Sanji here being trapped in 2. Who's to get the first blood? It's going to be Aleem. Sanji down. Now that's a follow-up. That's a raging Sandstorm. But Red takes down Tro. 2 members down in KSA. First 2 minutes of the game. An open avenue for the first turtle to be taken by Kazakhstan.
Already off to a great start here. Kazakhstan now in position to possibly set up for the first turtle of the game. It's going to be relatively hard for Tarzan. Much here.
Yeah.
But already the focus comes down.
Oh, look at that. RWM connecting. Tarzan receives the arrow now. Kazakh on low HP. Good takedown there. There's no jungler there for KSA, but now Troll and Coffin here trying to look for an avenue to poke or slow down, but Kazakhstan secures the first turtle of this game.
Man, already, like I said, momentum is going to be a huge factor for this lineup for Kazakhstan. I mean, already getting those 3 kills early on. They've got the first turtle. Itemization is going to be in their favor here for the early game. And that's crucial, right? Again, when we're talking about having a Selene on your side, you can already see it building up. Right, and that's exactly what they need to do. Even just running with the arcane boots, those arrows this early, if they land, they hurt. And then there's always that follow-up, right, especially with Red here. So in a good position. No first items really completed just yet, but the fact that you kind of have this early aggression building from Kazakhstan is something that KSA has to watch out for.
Building momentum. Aleem low on mana. Abyssal Arrow won't connect. RWM being used as reinforced. That's the Tyrant's Reach onto the revenge. That is the burst coming from the rough waves. And Troll takes down Aleem. Tarzan with an exchange. Now Kazakhstan eyeing on controlling this map.
Okay, already able to put themselves on the board here for KSA. That's going to be crucial for them. Again, they still have quite a few steps to work towards. They don't want to continue to lose here space and advantage. Nori taking a couple shots should be just fine. And now Troll as well. The best thing they can do here is park Troll alongside Lark. Let Lark just pretty much get online on this Beatrix, because that's going to be crucial for them as they transition to that mid to late game.
That's a good answer for a counter. Up against Nori, a carry. Now you don't want that late game snowball onto this carry if you're a Beatrix. You need to have a possible balanced way to burst down damage. Oh. Sniper won't connect. Hashi and Nori still holding through. Look at that. Sharks out. Now the turtle is now up in 4 seconds, but this is just KSA looking for the advantage. Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage. Making a combo with the rough waves. Now that's the damage potential out for Nori, slowing down the potential threat of Kazakhstan.
Okay, that's great already. Again, getting in position where they need to be, closing some of the gap here. Still going to be going.
Catching 2, knocking up 2 once again. Now they're holding it through with the RWM. A sticky situation, but that is Kashi from the airborne. Troll now won't go to take another one to be knocked upon. But Kazakh here being present for reinforcement.
He's looking for his
ultimate
moment.
is up. Ultimate is up. Will he able to use this? But no. That's one thing. Pushing away KSA back to base.
Yeah, they're still, I mean, Lark, this is a risky that he's staying here.
Oh, with the jump, misses. The hug now, Kazakh going on dropping on ace, but Kashi takes down Lark. I say Marksman now are the targets of these 2 teams to slow down, slowing down the momentum of their damage output as they head on to mid-game.
Yeah, I guess Lark just didn't have much place to go here, and even with that setup from Troll, there's no follow-up that can follow through with that. Cuffin even has to back off here. So right now, this is what we're seeing. Once again, just momentum working in the favor. Tarzan
using that deadly catch to hold off 3, but the power and the magic burst combining from the members of Kazakhstan was a big of a threat there. not even using the ale for escape, but that was one way of just accepting the fact that you can't lose that part. Nice, you.
Yeah, it's tough to deal with, right? I mean, and even, again, with this Khalid pick, we really haven't been able to see that utilization of the Sandstorm just yet.
Yeah.
I mean, we did for a minute there at the bottom against Lark, but really that's still a huge threat. You know, that's something that they have to deal with. Yeah, just in general, right? So if they can kind of play around that, not lose too much grounds, but I still think one of the biggest weaknesses here for this composition from KSA that they're trying to deal with is, once again, the Bane pick. That really hasn't been able to shine the way it has in the past.
Yeah. Looking back in the past, now Troll catches one, Aleem receives damage, maximum damage, punishment, now Coffin takes that one, but now opening up more avenues up top, it's Khalid, we have Gazak versus Sanji still going through, still bursting through, but that was one trade. Lark against Aleem.
Okay, good. I mean, good positioning, good map control coming out from Kazakhstan. This is, again, what we kind of saw them pull off in Game 2, right? But this time, even with a bit of a variation in their lineup, still making it work wonders. And at this point, they have full control for the third turtle of the game if they want to go ahead and take it. You know, this is where you're still kind of scratching your head. Is this the best option? Was that Bane really that best option for this pick here for Tarzan? We'll see if he's able to utilize even that deadliest catch mechanic the way it works.
Yep, Kazakhstan zoning out 3 members, possibly holding the line here for Aleem in red. Look at that Raging Sandstorm finally used, sustaining the fight. Now 3 members are now in the hands of Kazakhstan. Coffin taking it for the kill. Now with the bounce back, Nori's trying to throw in light wheels. But that objective still secured by Kazakhstan with the life of that Khalid.
3 turtles.
Yep.
Objectives already secured. And we've seen, honestly, Kazakh do this, you know, now on a new hero. Before, even the way that he loves to play that Lapu Lapu. Very similar in playstyle. But this time, he's got so much sustain, it almost feels like a Uranus in a way, right? Like the way that he's able to just kind of plan himself in a 1v3, 1v4 situation, heal back up with the sustain. Again, he's rolling with that Brave Smite emblem, so he's got crazy heal. And right now, KSA just kind of has to get to a point where they can actually counter that sustain, counter that healing, or at least get a numbers advantage that they can. And that's honestly what Lark needs to be able to do, but he's having a much harder time once again in this Game 3.
Yeah, and counter sustain, they need the magic damage, they need the attack damage, because the sustain right now of KZ can really give on to team fights, even for a missed opportunity for a setup. So that's one thing.
There's big pickups right there.
Look
As I was
troll.
saying, you know, deal with some of that sustain. Uh-oh, hold on. Cuffin should be fine. Okay, he's able to get away. Cuffin's still, you know, 3-0. 1 has good damage, but Sanji also picking up that Dominance Ice is going to be very helpful for them to deal with Kazakh. But like I said, even if you have those items to deal with some of that sustain, if you don't have the damage yet, right, to follow up, to hopefully burst someone down, it's really tough to deal with.
Well, speaking of bursting someone down, RWM with the defense, now with the knock-up Troll, with the hug, but now will he make it through that set? Nori, looking to throw those light wheel marks over and over again. Now they just poked KSA out from that bush and clearing space for Kazakhstan to take this objective.
Oh man, and Aleem the whole time just pushing top side, getting more space to work with for Kazakhstan here. And now that this Lord is up, it's looking tougher and tougher for KSA. Just picking up a BOD here for Lark at almost the 10-minute mark and 4,000 gold behind here. This is almost, you're kind of hoping that they don't contest this Lord, because you feel like it's just not going to go in their favor unless something amazing happens here, especially with positioning. So this is all for Kazakhstan to take, and it looks like a setup in the bottom.
Troll with picking 1. Now Kazakh here on half HP will be able to save Aleem falling down or taking down the kill against Troll. Now Lark here, almost half HP. Phantom Execution might connect, but the Thorn Rose poke the hell out of the Beatrix. Now Kazakhstan here, a good view for this Lord to be taken. And you're right, Naisu, they should not contest this at all.
Yeah, like I said, this should just be a Lord going in the hands of Kazakhstan, even though, you know, that was a great effort from Troll trying to find some setup, but it was just counterplayed so well from Kazakhstan. And now still going to be working on it. There it is, secured. Nori, grab it.
What? The damage!
Yeah.
Maximum damage from Lark, sniping down Nori after taking that objective with just these items.
Yeah, he's just got the BOD for the most part, right? Working on his second one here. Rather, you know, behind in terms of even across from him. Almost 1,000, yeah, just about 1,000 gold behind, and he's got to, you know, he has to find kills like that. If it's snipes, so be it. But you really need to start funneling some of that, more of that gold into Lark here. He has to be the one, especially later on, when you get those setups, he has to be the one to provide that damage for the team here too. So, and with that being said, it's great. Sanji, you know, he does have that glowing wand. He's got the dominance ice. Red just picking up the glowing wand as well. So still, a lot of things have to fall in place here for KSA. Meanwhile, they're dealing with the Lord here.
They need to have a good winning condition onto this Beatrix. But Troll catching one. It's going to be Kazak now with the burst, but the follow
Nice set.
Lark secures the kill finally. Going back onto the game. Needed the kills. Now they're trying to slow down the push here of Kazakhstan. Arrows won't connect from Kashi now. Kaleem going through the Thrown Nose and the Phantom Execution. Will he be able to take the kill? Troll burning down with the burst. It's still a safe passage for KSA to defend this, but now Kazakhstan is still pushing through. But Kazakh is out though.
Okay, so you see how much was expended to take out Kazakh, right? That's something that is going to continue to happen until you get to the point where KSA can not basically have to use their entire arsenal to deal with this Khalid, right? That's something that needs to be taken care of, and the only way to really do that, you know, as we take a little break here, the only really way to do that is, again, allow that gold, allow those items to be picked up by Lark here.
Yeah.
You're starting to see it, though, right? You're starting to see it. Even there, yes, that was a lot expended on to get Kazakh down, but still, they utilized the Kufra setup potential. Again, the Dominance Ice is online, so it helps with that regeneration. And at the same time, you have, once again, Kadita, but do you have the tools to not use all of that to essentially turn the tide of these battles, you know? And even when, as we take a look here at this,
Replay.
basically the early portions of the game unfolding, that's where the struggle was, right? There's so much focus on Kazakh here, and you know, it also just allows Aleem to do what he wants on the Lancelot.
Yeah, I see you here. The setups here present for KSA would really work. So
Yeah.
the answer is, the question here is, will they make it in time for the Beatrix to have the damage items? Because no matter how the set goes, they need to pull it through together, matching all the layers of ultimates. But for that, for the cost of 3 ultimates onto Khalid, to Kazakh, that's one way to poke out resources out of the team, especially on the late game, knowing that the good snowball just happened in the side of KAZ. So this is a problem that they needed to do. Either delay more of this fight or hold on to the
Yeah.
base, and that should be the answer.
My question still is, you know, how does Tarzan do better here? Because the Bane, honestly, like, yeah, you have the deadliest catch and stuff, but I feel like he just hasn't been able to utilize the Bane pick the way that he's wanted. And it's still kind of, you know, I'm sure he still had other options in terms of jungle, but we got to focus on this since this is what he picked up, right? And as the game goes on, as the game goes forward, he will get to a point where that Bane, like sometimes it's just the deadliest catch. Like that could turn the tides of some of these fights as long as Lark is ready.
Yeah, as long as he is ready. But the
Yeah.
question is, will Kazakhstan make that happen in the late game? Because they know the possible threat there. He got the kill. He got the kill onto the Khalid, to Kazakh. So that's one thing. So one way or another, either he goes with the push, clear on waves. That's one way of answering a winning condition.
Yeah.
So they need to answer a lot of things. But if we look upon the items as we go back in the game, I think the sustain now is being countered at this point in time. Don't you think?
It's definitely there. Again, you know, they already locked in the dominance ice. Like they had that actually minutes ago. But the problem was, even if they dealt with the regeneration, that kind of sustainability, again, he has that brave smite too, right? He has that emblem to help him get more of that regeneration. But the thing is even when you have dominance ice, if you don't have any, you know, punch to follow up with it,
Yeah.
it's not really going to do much. And that's kind of what we saw. Like, we actually see Troll making great sets. Like, there is an effort there to make something happen.
Yeah.
But this is always the case, and I'm sure a lot of people that play the Rome role feel this. Like, you're landing set after set, but you know that you're kind of just doing it either to peel or to hope that you get something set up, right? But if that happens and then there's no damage, what ultimately is it going to do, other than hopefully just buy you some more time?
So with that being said, no to team fights.
Yes.
As of now, buy more time, pull them out of the map, divert something up. That could be the answer, because as we're looking at from that pause, that's the problem. That's the problem of they wanted to answer, but again, will time be on their side for KSA?
Actually, I think the point we are at now in this game number 3, they don't necessarily have to avoid all fights. Like, if they do find a pick, again, Troll has been doing that for the course of the series, actually.
They need to choose the right one.
Yeah.
Just
and keep Lark alive.
Yeah.
Like, that's a
Keep
big
him out,
one. Yeah. Because if at this point in the game, again, you're just not fighting, and we're in now like Lord territory, and once we get to the that second, third, fourth Lord, if it gets there,
Yep.
you want to be contesting, you want to be fighting that. But part of it too is just keeping your gold lane alive and letting Lark shine. And also, if that means even utilizing the Joy to whittle people down early on with the Vengeance and the Beats combo, then so be it, right? But you really have to, if you're hoping to win these fights, working your way back up. Again, they had their backs against the wall, so to speak, and they're working their way back up here. It's things have to fall in place, and the only way to do that is to actually go with these fights and hope that you win them.
Yeah. When the first pick of the Joy, and they get with the exchange with an Eve, I was thinking, how will they sustain that backline? Because at some point in team fights, Joy could use the electrifying beats to even penetrate the backlines. But the problem at this point, there's so much sustain that they already did. Dominance Ice, you have Athena's Shield. So that's one thing to think that maybe if the Joy makes the first move, that could mean the destruction of KSA to even move forward into the next matches of team fights, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, again, choose the right team fights and find a way to keep Lark safe and get the items in. That's the only way, the only winning condition for KSA to bounce back.
The scary thing here too is, again, like, we haven't, in terms of the Khalid pick specifically, like that is always a threat. Because even when you're trying to find those team fights that we're talking about, and you're looking for those moments, especially around Lord Pits, or even defending your base, the mere fact that you have to like dodge literally a raging sandstorm, it's not so easy. And then
it's hard.
If you get CC'd, if you get stunned and everything else, you're kind of just stuck there, because all he has to do, especially late game, is use that and then just heal up. Like, just, stationary heal up, let that be. You got your stun up. It's very similar to what we saw once again from the Kadita from the previous game, where all your job was to get that knock up, and if it's multiple members, that's almost a sure win skirmish or team fight.
Yeah, that's it. That could be the end of it all, because if Khalid, you were saying, he could be a bait.
Yeah.
Use the Raging Sandstorm, use the second skill just to reach in there and put everybody in a space, knowing that there's an Eve. There's a lot of ways to look at. So for now, I'm seeing Eve here could either be the first one they could eye on those team fights to have a balanced way of, like, since the Beatrix hasn't had enough damage, maybe that's the way of doing. Either isolate or do a pickoff as of this after the pause, or just maybe prolong everything. We're going around of the possibilities here.
Possibilities, because of, again, it's a game 3, and we're at a point where, game 1 to game 2 was relatively different. This matchup here for game number 3, it's a back and a forth in a way, but still the fact that Kazakhstan has controlled a lot of this game, it makes me wonder too, like, what happened between game 1 where it was almost like a switch was turned on, for Kazakhstan. Maybe
they had to test the waters from the first game, and like we have no idea on how the identity of the play style of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia could be, because even to us, it's still a dark area. Like, how will they go?
We're starting to get the light now. Like, it's starting to make sense.
Yeah.
But this is what we were hoping for, for day 1.
Well, better make a mark. First best of 3 games, get on to game 3.
Well,
one way to start the day.
Not only start the day, but like I said, too, with the drafts here, the variations is what we like to see. But still, I think a lot of people, even for people rooting for Saudi Arabia, they got to know, how do we make this Bane work? Because let's be honest, at this point in the game, your lords, you don't want to give up. And what we're seeing is so much zone potential coming out from Kazakhstan that you have the Bane in Tarzan's hands, but what can you really do other than kind of waddle around and hope that you can get a deadliest catch-off?
We were expecting for a utility hero to show up for Tarzan, right? Because most of the games, well, that was the ban of the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Kazakhstan maybe expected that, oh, he might be opening something from his book. Now he was on to the state that, will this Bane work? Because at most of the games, he was the flashy one. He was the ones like being or taking control of the algorithms on taking those main objectives, right?
Yeah.
So that's one way of diverting the attention of Kazakhstan. Like, okay, should we get it onto the jungle or should we take another one from their team? But this gives out a major kryptonite for KSA.
Man, you're going from algorithms to kryptonite.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of a
This is very
formula.
interesting what kind of games you're playing, OSX, you're
Oh,
dealing
don't
with
get
your
me started.
algorithms. No, I'm just saying, because it is true in a sense that, again, a way a lot of these teams play, there's a certain style that they like to play around. And, in OSX words, it's algorithm. But now we're going to be jumping back into the game. We're at almost the 13-minute mark, right? So this is why we're saying it's so crucial for them, because so far, honestly, Tarzan hasn't been able to find anything, right?
Yeah.
For the most part, especially objectively as a jungler. So now it's like, all right, you have all this, you've had this time to kind of catch up, and now it's your time to shine, right? You need to be able to contest these lords that do come up here.
Yeah, Kashi bouncing back from game number 1. I said this is one upgraded Selena that we're seeing, utilizing all of his traps, abyssal arrows, and even poking out resources from KSA, even onto this minute. It's working perfectly.
Yep.
And how he managed to still use, okay, I want to still use Selena again, because on the line of KSA, they have the dashes, they have escape, but once a setup fails from Troll, that could mean anything. That's one way to counter out one team fight or destruction from Kazakhstan. So yeah, that's how they adjust quickly for this game.
Well, I think still what we're going to see here unfold, again, it's about almost 5K gold lead for Kazakhstan as they set up the first lord of the game. Positioning, also keep an eye on exactly where KSA is setting up. We've seen this before. There's the conceal.
3 members on conceal. Did Kashi no figure out for safety now? You're trying to bounce back. Rough wave to the combo of Kazakh here. Stunned. They have taken, they've catched one, but the damage of Lark won't make it to the cut. KSA now falling back onto their base. Now Kazakhstan is not letting them go back to heal, but Aleem missed the final hit on that puncture. Now Kazakhs is now trying to cage in one. Now Troll here burning in with the magic damage. Will he able to escape forward rows, securing the kill? Now 3 members are still present, but now Sanji trying to pull out and buy more time, but Nori has completely taken that Lord, and now they're going in for the push.
They already got the Lord. Again, great timing on the Wind of Nature there. Still focusing on sieging this base of KSA. The rest of the members should be up by the time the Lord gets here. We got about 10 seconds on Troll. A big item pickup, Divine Blade for Cuffin. Now they got to defend.
Now, speaking of defending, can they make it? Look at that, almost half HP burned down. Troll is up for 2 seconds, but Sanji trying to buy more time. Being immobilized with her RWM. Kazakh with a raging Sunstorm brought upon Lark. No marksman for KSA. Back in the base, now still assigned team fight. Now the Lord pushing through the base here. Troll still have more time to do those recalls in, but Lark is fall down in half. Kazakh, 5 members out, and today Kazakhstan makes their mark, saying no to a complete dominant sweep with a reverse way of taking it to Saudi Arabia.
Impressive series here. 2-1. First game that we get to witness for IESF Gamers 8, the Asian Championship, and it's a best of 3 that goes 3. They're definitely happy about that performance. Again, game 1, if you guys saw game 1, it looked completely different
Opposite
than what we saw for game 2 and 3. So fast, quick adjustment from this team here, and just overall an amazing series turnaround for them. They should be proud again because, and the Saudi Arabia fans, they had it. A lot of these moments in these games throughout the series, they had great things happen to them, and they're not out of it yet, right? It's only day 1, Reminder too that we have 8 teams here. 5 will be going on to Romania, right? 5 of them. So they still have plenty of chances, a lot to learn from this series between, against Kazakhstan, a lot to kind of adjust here. Because still, I know we're going to take a look a little bit later at the breakdown for Game 3. But I still, was wondering exactly the main pick. It just did not work for Tarzan.
Yeah.
From, the way we saw him, the play style that we saw from Game 1 and 2.
Play style identity has been set by Kazakhstan today. The reverse sweep, denying that 2-0 sportsmanship still lives on. Now going into the box, or the gaming box.
Yep.
And the handshake continues, and respecting one another. It was a good fight. 3 games on to the first match. That's one way to start the day.
That's what we hope for, right? Again, sportsmanship there, and it was a heck of a series. And we had, again, a lot of questions going into this on exactly how things are going to unfold. And I would say, we had some of those hero picks. We had some of those ideas on what would be picked up emblem-wise too. Again, I was kind of surprised because we didn't see so much of a dominance of the tenacity emblem. A lot of these times, these players, these teams, they really went a variety way of switching things up. And again, that's what I love. And if you missed that early, pretty much the segment where we just talked about the emblems for the most part, again, this is why there's so much expounding on the emblems, just because it adds a lot of flavor to the playstyle, even when it comes to significant roles or jungles. I mean, for XP lane, at least for that series, we saw so much Brave Smite, right? Because they love those that sustain, basically, that they want to work around with.
The invade, the jump, Lapu Lapu is just one way of answering all of the problems. Even the joy, we were hoping for something there.
Yeah.
The back line, it was completely strong on the side of Kazakhstan. And it could mean a possible way of making a silver lining out for that moment, from that pause. We were looking. And from that moment that they didn't know that there were 3 members onto the conceal, pulling 3 members out of Saudi Arabia, they forced out all resources. 2 members used ultimates, and they just flickered out for safety.
Man, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I think it was Game 2, and then now in Game 3, you saw that where there was a moment they try to find, a setup against Kashi, and I like to call it the athletic flicker, right? He got out of there just in time to not go down.
Yep.
And it worked so well. He's done it, I think, twice now, where he's just life-saving flicker timing. And a lot of it, again, like you mentioned, OSX, it was that initiation with the conceal. It didn't work out. And as we take a look at how Game 3 unfolded, it was rough here, especially for Tarzan, not able to really contest the objectives early on and really do what he wanted to do, right? And this is the difficult part of it, because even Troll was finding great sets.
Yeah.
Great moments, but just didn't have the damage at the time.
Yeah, commending all the avenues that you look, the angles, perfectly landing everything. But the damage wasn't there, present, for Team KSA to even look for a good counter punch. Like being trapped in the RWM most of the time, with all of the damage being built up, you can see how Lark managed to even take that kill down. But the problem, there's also Nori. It's like fishing, right? They're baiting something out from KSA and they follow it, but the backline security on how they wanted to pull through on the team fights, it was missing. And look at the regen from Kazakh.
That's kind of that's what we've seen, man.
Yeah,
the whole series.
zoning everything out, sustaining, and Khalid using it here today. Look at that. The damage of Nori, the AoE conditioning of KAZ. And that's one way to pull out resources out of KSA.
See, this is like the part in the game too where, Lark gets some momentum going in his favor, but really every time it looked like KSA was going to try to turn something around or do something themselves, again, Kazakhstan is so good at counter punishing.
Yeah.
Counter playing with a lot of the things happening here. Even the fact that, they might have some miscalculations, but they respond so well on it, right? And Aleem, like we talked about, when he actually locked in that landslide, it worked out so well for them. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. And there's Kazakh again, right? This guy is a menace to deal with for any teams that are going to be going against Kazakhstan.
Yeah, you've been waiting for the right moment on where he would bring the raging sandstorm in the side of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It wasn't reserved for any team fight. It was just reserved for Lark. The winning condition of Team KSA. He has just reserved that. All of the resource was just reserved for him to take on that Beatrix.
I think he picked him. I think Lark picked Beatrix, was it 3 times?
Yeah, 3.
And, you know, unfortunately, this is going back to the argument, or the question rather, do you want to keep rolling with these marksman picks in the gold lane, or is there a possibility that there's something better? You know, there's something better in that option where you can take one of the, you know, even if it's Esmeralda Gold, I don't know. Jawhead Gold
really,
out, shout out to Renmar out there.
Okay, you're pushing Esmeralda Gold.
Maybe
Jawhead Gold lane.
Maybe that's pushing it too much. But what I'm saying is we see right now a lot of struggle with some of these, especially the gold laners, really trying to move around. Because again, not even all of them have ways to get out of danger, right? It's a lot of times it's flicker. Maybe they have something else. But really, with the way that things are kind of shaping around, if you don't have that team there to really kind of take care of you in the early game, it's so hard. It seems like it's getting relatively even harder for them to come back to the mid to late game.
Well, we might see some adjustments. We were talking about in the first game that, will this be a traditional lineup pick for a marksman, right? You said Beatrix.
Yeah.
You said, well, Clint
popped up.
We haven't seen him for a long time. So could be we see more unfold or use from the books of these players to use in their own hero pool, right? So marksman picks could be, I think old marksman could be actually used. So either off meta or something new.
I would, you know, honestly, with the changes and stuff, I would really actually like to see, for example, Irthil pop up. That's a throwback. But we are going to be looking at the stats here as well for this game number 3 and how things kind of unfolded. And like I said, it was a very strong game here. You know, this time around, just in general, Kazakhstan, even pulling out the Selena again, this time having a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
Struggled, you know, when they tried to utilize that earlier on in the series, but the arrows were there. They did what they needed to do. Eve still strong as ever, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know who's gonna dethrone Eve or.
For now, I think no.
Maybe
none.
like was Novaria getting close? I don't know, but you know, Novaria is typically banned out right now, at least for this series.
For 3 games, yeah. So that could be an answer as well for the next match. So if we look at this, 2 mage heroes, no deaths, utilizing all that they can do with abyssal arrows. Too much AoE was present.
Yeah.
And how do you manage to respond with that? So if you have the Kadita, you have the Kufra, so either way, you need to have a good setup or just dodge something out from the skills of these 2 mage heroes, because you're right. Things were underutilized for this hero, for the Bane pick. So it was lacking the chance of like, how will we see the answer for our backline? Because at most of the times, Lark was out in the open.
Yeah, and I just want to point out too, again, you know, these numbers here for Kazakhstan, this is Kazakhstan dominating just the map, right? They just controlled the turtles, the lords, turrets across the board. There was no space for KSA to work around. And this is something that, again, you question when you have that jungle matchup, where does Bane fit? Because we've seen teams actually really try to utilize that hero in the jungle. It's worked before, but I feel like you really need the right conditions for it to shine. And that's something that maybe it changes over the course of here. Maybe we get to see Bane once again in the jungle, but still, I think it's, you know, it's not only that's the issue here. It's just really, too, that a lot of the times when it came to the execution part, man, Kazakhstan just played well in punishing mistakes, and they forced situations of KSA to not want to be in, basically.
Talking about waking up from game number 1, seeing, well, it's all just testing the waters from that point.
Yeah.
Adjusting, seeing the possible threat of a player for KSA. So we might see some adjustments for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to even go forward, because in the first day, yeah, you're right. Things could just say, okay, let's bring all of the guns out, right? So from this point on, we could either see the adjustment of like opening a book out of their hero pool.
Opening a book. They might want to turn the pages there, because the thing is what they showed here wasn't necessarily just like hero pool, for example.
Yeah.
It was the way that they rotated, the way that they responded. They had great moments, you know, in the book of theirs. They had great moments where it looked like the strategy was going to work for them, but unfortunately, like I said, it just seemed like time and time again they were counterplayed. So I don't know if that's sometimes they just overcommitted in some moments, you know, some moments they overcommitted dealing and then losing some of those skirmishes, some of those fights early on.
Yeah.
And it just unfortunately didn't work. But I do agree with the point here, OSX, that, yeah, it's only day one. It was only the match number one that they had. You know, they still basically have a lot ahead of them. So we are going to be hearing from them in just a little bit, of course, with Kazakhstan, the winners, and that's in just a moment. Now, the thing, too, is I would love to hear what they have to say, right? Because Kazakhstan, they turn things around.
Yeah.
And we got to know exactly.
Completely.
Yeah, we got to know. So let's go ahead and throw it over to an interview with Kazakhstan.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back again here. And of course, first of all, congratulations for winning the first match. With us right now, ladies and gentlemen, is John Gilde, the team coach of Kazakhstan. How do you feel winning the first match right here?
First of all, it is an honor to participate in the opening match of this tournament. And we feel good. Despite of losing on the first map, we understand that we can make a comeback because our nation, maybe our national teams in other discipline can make a lot of comebacks. And I just want to say, as a coach, big thanks to my team that they didn't give up and they were so confident during the game.
We just saw that definitely, you know, your team pretty much gave an amazing performance, an amazing match taking place here in the first one. مثل ما قال يا وجيه تصور الحماس كان قايم بس الحمد لله حسوا بالثقة إنه فازوا بأول مباراة ولا شنو رأيك؟
فعلا لاحظنا اعزائي المشاهدين شفنا المباراه اللي كانت في البدايه للمنتخب السعودي وقدروا انهم يتقدمون في المواجهه الاولى واخذوا النتيجه كانت للمنتخب السعودي ولكن بعدها ايش اللي تصورنا من كازاخستان تيم او من المنتخب الكازاخستاني فازوا في المباراه الثانيه وفازوا في المباراه الثالثه ايضا وفازوا في المباراه بشكل عام فحابين نساله وش الشيء اللي غيروه من ناحيه الاستراتيجيه اللي خلاهم يغيرون هذه الخساره الى فوز بكل المباراتين.
Pretty much as he said, and everybody wants to know, what was the strategy you changed in the third game that brought you in the victory in the first match?
So we understand that we must focus the objectives, for example, towers and lords, because destroying the towers and killing the lords just gives us a lot of gold and experience. And this tactic, like snowballing, the collecting a lot of advantage upon the team can give us a confidence. And from a psychological side, we understood that after the second map, we understood that we can win after the victory on the second map.
Man, that was smart, especially you just throw in the psychological part. Like you went beyond. It's only just the game tactics, but from a mindset, from a psychological point of view, you had it all together. Smart move. وجيه ايش رايك في اللي قاله؟
صراحة فعلا قدروا انهم يتخطون هذه المهمة اللي كانت شبه صعبة وكانت يعني للمنتخب السعودي مثل ما شفنا ولكن سمعنا كيف كانت الثقة بينهم بين التيم بشكل عام فصراحة اتمنى لهم التوفيق. صراحة المباراة الجاية لازم يثبتون انفسهم فيها طالما انهم فازوا في المواجهة الأولى.
إن شاء الله إن شاء الله. Well, now anything you want to say before you're going to go in to the next match? Like, is there going to be like certain strategies, or are you going to keep that as a surprise?
I think we can keep it as a surprise because our next opponent is Philippines team. We understand that it is the strong opponent because they took a second place on Bali World Championship last year. We are ready and we count this game as a chance to present us from a good side.
Well, confidence, skill, sheer adrenaline and strategy. That's pretty much what we're gonna have here. وجيه شكلهم جاهزين حق المباراة الثانية شكلهم.
أكيد جاهزين وI wish you all the best actually لأنهم فازوا في المباراة الماضية وأكيد مثل ما سمعنا كانت الثقة كانت جدا عالية عندهم وأكيد عندهم بعض المهارات إلى الآن ممكن ما استخرجوها فلازم نشوف إيش ممكن يصير في المباراة الجاية.
Inshallah. Well, first of all, and again, congratulations for winning the first match, and we can't wait to see you again in another match where we're gonna see you against your opponent. And ladies and gentlemen, this was it. A little talk with the team coach, John Galdev from the Kazakhstan team. And we'll be having a break. We'll be back again with more taking place right here in the championship.
بريك بسيط وراجعين لكم مرة أخرى.
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, we're back again to the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. With me right now is Waji and Ambara Abdallah, and we just witnessed the first match, Waji, المباراة الأولى between Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia. What was that, man? It was crazy. ولا ايش رايك؟
فعلا شفنا اعزائي المشاهدين واخوي براء، شفنا المباراة الأولى والمواجهة قديش كانت صعبة. المباراة الأولى فازوا فيها المنتخب السعودي، ولكن بعدها صار في رد يا اخوي براء واعزائي المشاهدين من كازاخستان، فازوا المواجهة الأولى والثانية وقدروا انهم يتألقون وياخذون هذه الجولة بشكل كامل. أما الآن بتكون عندنا مباراة حماسية، المباراة الثانية في هذا اليوم. فأعزائي المشاهدين خلونا نسمع أقوى تحية لمنتخب فلبين.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Philippines! And now we are ready to call in the second team, the competitors right here in the second match of Mobile Legends right here at the Asian Championship. So let's hear it for Bangladesh!
تحية قوية لمنتخب بنغلاديش. مباراة جدا حامية تجمع منتخب فلبين ضد بنغلاديش، واكيد ان كلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين ان نتفرج هذه المباراة الثانية اللي بتكون في هذا اليوم.
بالضبط Waji. Ladies and gentlemen, the hype is on. It's going to be about skill, strategy, and sheer adrenaline taking place right here between the Philippines and Bangladesh. And all that taking place right here in the second match. And now, passing it on to our casters. Fire it up. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Wajay and Abara. And that was one heck of an entrance. Philippines versus Bangladesh, and welcome back to the caster's desk. I'm OSX. I'm with Naisu for the second match of the day for the stream ones. Now we're about to witness the teams here on how will their story unfold. Now they're up against Philippines, which from the previous match, Kazakhstan was respecting all of the things that the Team Philippines has achieved throughout from SEA Games, now for IESF. That's one thing that they're seeing as a potential threat and a challenge for this game.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, the way you have to look at it is, people know the Philippines is one of the strongest regions for MLBB, right? If not the strongest. And something about that inspires a lot of these teams around the world, and that's what we heard from the coach from Kazakhstan, who just, again, reverse sweeped in a very strong fashion, right?
Oh,
you called it, and they just found exactly what worked for them. Again, they had a lopsided kind of game one and turned things around. Now, for here, again, a lot is to question exactly how will Bangladesh perform against a team like the Philippines, who is relatively, most people are going to know, well, the Philippines is a strong team, right? Yeah. That's usually how it is. But that's not to say that this also isn't an opportunity for Bangladesh to just show what they're made of. And possibly with all the changes that we've been talking about, even before we got to the first series of the day, OSX, we talked so much about the emblem system, the new changes, the changes, and how that affects actually also the gameplay for a lot of these teams. We were surprised from the previous series, and who's to say that we won't see that with this one?
Yeah, of course. looking at the achievements of Team Philippines right now, two-time SEA Games gold medalist, also from IESF, from Bali, all the way here to Saudi Arabia. A lot of teams has eyes on this one, right? So setting up the bar, setting up the meta, because from right now, don't need to blink if they're up against Philippines. If they want to show who they really are, well, might as well pick up a good fight, right? Today, so we might expect or to see some respect ways of from Team Bangladesh, or they will just show their own identities to even respect everything out of the Philippine team.
The thing I would say is Bangladesh already knows that they might be playing to the rhythm set by the Philippines. A lot of people, when they go up against these stronger teams, they kind of read it out. And it's okay because, again, it's a best of three, right? We saw that, again, what we saw last series, right? Where you have a very unfortunate loss in the first game, for example, Kazakhstan, and they're able to get a read on their team that they played against, Saudi Arabia, and they turn things around. So that's my thing. That's my stance on it. Like Bangladesh, even if some people might call this like a David and Goliath type matchup, anytime someone goes against the Philippines, game one is your time to learn as much as possible and change your game plan from there. And I think now in the current pretty much setup, the meta, the new emblems, these variations of the emblem sets, plus the hero kind of variations that we have, this is where teams that love to play quick, momentum-based, kind of scrappy really get to shine, because there leaves a lot to question, like, what's going on here? You know, what kind of emblems and composition are they going to utilize? And I think, again, Bangladesh being, you know, what we saw through the qualifiers. We talked about this earlier too, OSX, where qualifiers, you can only take so much from the online qualifiers because there's been such a big change with the game, right? Something so massive such as the emblem change and some of the buffs and stuff, some of the alterations that we've seen, it's done a lot. So online qualifiers, where we saw a lot of sweeps, by the way,
2-0 straight.
Yeah. And in this situation, it's who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, I would love to see more of the David and Goliath thing that you're setting up right now, because if you're going up against a team as strong as this, you might as well be prepared for anything that might come your way. Hero picks, identity respecting the hell out of their comfort picks. Lancelot, we've been taking a side on how this meta could actually evolve. Now for Team Philippines, we have Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Few, Ogwen, and Super Marco for this one.
So this lineup, a lot of people are familiar with, right? I mean, just the names in general, a lot of people have been watching these guys play up to this point, and that's why I'm saying a lot of people know kind of what to expect in terms of caliber of gameplay.
Caliber,
right?
yes,
Yeah.
right.
And in terms of the other teams, again, if there's a lot of people that have tuned in for this specific tournament, Asian Championship, to learn a lot about these other regions across the world that are playing and getting into MLBB. And with Bangladesh, you know, we're going to take a look at their roster here in just a second, but that's the thing. They have the potential to go ahead and just throw it at this Philippine team, right? So for Bangladesh, we've got Execution, we've got Blaze, K7, Mr. Ray, and Surge with 3 Js.
Mr. Ray. I love the ideas,
Mr.
how
Ray.
unique these players are.
Yeah.
And we're about to see how it unfolds with their own personality. And even in this matchup, they could actually give something out of the Philippines. They could actually show how they actually fight, how they can make things for their team. Because this is what the best thing about day one. You discover more of the team's potential going up against one of the strongest from going down to up.
Well, not only going down to up, man, but again, we have to reiterate the fact that there are, yes, 8 teams battling it out here for MLBB, and 5 will be moving forward to Romania, right? So there's, again, even teams that might not necessarily have the best, you know, day 1, day 2, we also later on in the tournament, we have that last chance, right, where they go ahead and fight out for that 5th slot.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why I'm saying it's so important to note that, you know, day 1, day 2, again, there's also games going on that aren't live streamed. So you can take so much data from this already and how that meta at least gets set, at least for this tournament, you know, the Asian Championships for IESF.
It's natural, and even on day one. We all get some point, we got jitters, we got something of mode of adjustment on how you actually adapt in most of the games, right? So who knows, maybe just need a breather of like taking on a cup of tea or like just jamming out with some friends. We've seen how the players here are so friendly with one another, even on how we do the rehearsals yesterday rather. So, well, sportsmanship is just showing off even for everything.
I'll say this, the amazing thing so far, I mean, even we've experienced this being here in Saudi Arabia, is even if there's, for example, let's say there's a language barrier,
Yep.
well, everybody speaks MLBB. Like, everybody speaks Mobile Legends.
It's the global representation of language.
Yeah.
I play this. What's your rank?
Yeah. Even if you can't necessarily have a full conversation, sometimes it's, who's your favorite hero?
Yeah, straight up. That's what yesterday when we met different casters.
Yeah.
You do this. Oh, and also we also met QB who also did the voiceovers, right? And
Yeah.
on some emotes. So all casters coming around the globe here, we have one language in common. That's Mobile Legends, ranking up, doing our favorite thing together. Now we look upon now the side of the Philippines. Happy, ready. We have Coach Dougie on our screens here, prepping the team on what could possibly happen in the draft.
That's one of the, I feel like one of the things that a lot of people don't realize, because they're so focused on, you know, individual skill level, right, of these players and everything else. Now, coaches,
Yep.
analysts, everything, all that part plays a huge role, especially in the chess game that is the draft. And that's
Yep.
why, you know, some people, again, that don't really spend so much time kind of studying that, or at least, you know, within the emblems and whatnot, you really have to understand at least how much goes into the draft and how much has changed with the emblems too, right? Because now what I'm curious to see is exactly how the Philippines team has adapted to the emblems, you know, because over there, at least what we've heard a lot of, again, we mentioned this in the first matchup, was how strong tenacity, for example, is, you know, how strong people love lethal ignition, and we've seen a lot of lethal ignition pop up, you know, just that fact as well. They're looking very, you know, calm and collected, though, I'd say.
Light, happy, that's how they do it. The personality of the players of Team Philippines never changed since how they competed across the globe to represent the country. So now, just a few saying hi on the camera, just saying how they really prepared for this, respecting everybody here, and also putting up a good match. Look at that, Flop Teasy, just doing on thing.
Well, yeah, it looks like he's flapping, you know.
Wow.
But no, jokes aside, too, the thing here, we actually saw, once again, the previous series, right? There was a lot of 2-0s being put up, and then unfortunately that didn't happen. Now with this, we're jumping right into the draft here for game number 1 getting set up. Philippines already taken out that Kadita. They've seen a lot of this Kadita.
Well, if you want something out of your way, you don't want that rough face, you don't want that thalassophobia working out in most of the setups that Philippines or even Bangladesh can do. Surprisingly, they're now looking at their homework. Fanny being banned out by Bangladesh. Okay, we're seeing something here, respecting something out from Team Philippines.
Yeah, they don't... I don't know. I feel like that's just something you do, right? If you're playing against the Philippines, you might as well just ban out Fannies.
Fanny.
Because, I don't know, you know, I don't know.
Right now, Fanny's so good, even in the new emblem.
Yeah, and like I wouldn't also be surprised if maybe over the course of these 4 days, OSX, we see Fanny like parked not in the jungle. Like that could possibly happen.
You mean on the
It's happened
EXP or the gold lane?
Dude, it's happened before the emblems changed. And like I just feel like so much is you can't count anything out right now. And that's what's so beautiful about the update.
Yeah. You can go out of your comfort zone, open something new.
Or you can stay in your comfort zone and just like, you know, change your sock or something. Like
that's good.
That's what it would be.
Yeah, that totally makes sense because who knows? Maybe your gourd could end up in the jungle for some reason, or Ian.
Hey, it's possible. Some pro players have actually done that.
See?
Just not on the not in tournament.
Nah, yeah. We might see different approaches from these two teams, but I love how the Philippines is going with their own bans. You have the Kaja out, you have the Franco out. Something tells me there's something with Bangladesh here with their roamer. It's always about the roamer today. The roamer, the mid laner.
Yeah.
No, something to look out for. What could be the possible ban here of Bangladesh? Well, targeting all the roamers here on their side.
They might opt, again, Novaria's still open. Okay, they actually just go and take out the Uranus. So wondering if we see Novaria picked up here, priority, possibly could also just opt for taking the jungle route as they do. Ling going to be secured here.
We haven't seen this for a while for Team Seaball, Team
I was going to say, we just saw this last series.
Yeah, but in their own thing, in their own place.
Their own style.
And their own style, right.
Okay.
Because, again, we're mostly stuck with the utility jungles back at home.
Yeah.
Now we're showing off with assassin picks from the comfort picks of the players of Team Philippines. Now, This opens up the Novaria as well and the Arlet.
If this is not Novaria Arlet, I don't know.
Maybe the Joy. I don't know. Still could be a flex though.
Arlot I like. There's still a lot of options, but I just see possibly Novaria being picked up. If it's not, we might see it on the swing back from the Philippines. But Arlot, actually, who is a hero that's relatively been banned out the majority of the time, still a great option. Could also be placed in the Roam if they want. And then second pick, not the Novaria, they go with the Beatrix.
Okay. Marksman in the EXP lane. Could still be land on the EXP with the Arlet, okay? So, respecting something from Flap TZ now, we have the Cho and the Faramis. Okay, the setup, sustain, and you have control over your jungle.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, this is new. This is something good. Karina. Well, against the Ling though.
I think it's probably a safe option in a way, just because also, the way that the Karina works, you get some of that time to be immune, and it allows you to kind of just, like I like to say, bob and weave in out of those situations, for the most part, literally spinning your blades, right? But still, part of this is, in a way, risky, because once that is, out, or at least on cooldown, you're at the whims of either being kicked or possibly stampede pulled. Something could go wrong here on this Karina.
Yeah. So if we're talking about how this could end up bad for Karina,
Musical chairs.
Well, okay, exchanging chairs. Okay. So if we're talking about Karina in the lineup of Bangladesh, they need to build something around it, just in case you would need that fail-safe button, right?
Yep.
So if Karina is concerned, you want to pair with something with a good roamer pick that Philippines banned out. So that's three, right? You have the Franco, you have the Kaj out, you have the Kadit out. So with this, they're following up with the Yuzong, because we still don't have a hero for Flap TZ to use. I mean, he's a monster using this one, the Yuzong or the XP lane. So we still have now yet to see, because we have the roamer, we have the mid laner with the Faramis. So what could be next here?
Well, I think they still... I'm assuming Bangladesh wants to go ahead and narrow down the XP lane. They've already expended, like you said, the Uranus, Yuzong. They might opt to possibly take out Lapu Lapu. That might be a good option.
Good point.
Again, but even with that being said, like so far, even if you just take what we saw from the first series, there's so many options available, and we really don't know how much experimentation, both these teams have done. They go ahead and take out the Claude, though. So, again, I honestly think Bangladesh has just done their homework.
Yeah.
Right?
Told you, they would really prepare for this. This is the biggest challenge on what could they actually go for in IESF. You're up against a Philippines, so probably you would see something to balance out, well, the match in a way. So they've taken out the Kufra, because again, they need a good roamer for this one. They need a good tank pick. So the Kufra is gone, and they might be forcing out something here for Bangladesh. So what could be open? If you're a Kadita, Grok's still available though.
Yeah. There's honestly, when it comes to the second phase at this point with all the updates and everything, it's so up in the air, man. Like, there's so many options that you can actually play around with.
Yeah.
And you might even think, well, what if they park this Arlot in the Roam? What if they utilize that, right? Because we've seen that before. Most likely, a lot of people just say, hey, it's going in the XP lane, right? But still, really, it depends how they want to round this out, because one thing they do need is some of that sustained damage. They pick up a Lilia. Haven't seen her in a while.
See?
It's been a while. That's why I'm saying it's so up in the air, the second phase.
We have heroes that we haven't seen for a while.
It's great.
It's great. It's awesome. It's new. Oh, we're seeing the Bane again.
I just said
Wait.
this last series.
So if the... Wait.
No, I'm telling you, like, they might not go
Bane...
Marksman.
Bane Gold Lane.
They might not.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm still confused on how... Well, there's a Cho. No, there's a Ling. There's a Bane. EXP?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly. Again, this is why it's open there, and it's not.
Oh.
This is what I was mentioning the last series,
Okay.
man. I asked you specifically, OSX, what do you think of a non-marksman composition? And this is, well, is Bane a marksman? He's got a gun.
He has the crab claw cannon.
It's still a
It's still a gun. Yeah, but it could be OP, but this could be the answer of Philippines like being unorthodox, like using non-marksman heroes in the goal lane, because again, the meta is shifting, the new emblem system is being adapted. So now Bangladesh is like, we have the mid laner here, so we still don't have our own. We still have our own for this. So there's a lot of knockups, a lot of knockback from the Deadly Catch, and they also have Sustain being present. There's a lot of CCs here, and the Minotaur is out, talking about how heroes not being picked for so long.
Well, I feel like ever since that change, the emblems and whatnot, you've seen Minotaur pop up here and there, right? Especially
In the qualifiers, yes.
Yes.
Online, yeah.
and
Present.
even just in around, pretty much around the globe. So I remember questioning the Minnow pick before, being like, is it really that good? Because really, statistically, what we've seen from previous teams in other tournaments that take up the Minotaur, there's really a select few that make it work well. Work for the team. So that's what I'm going to have my eye on here, specifically for Bangladesh. Like, how do they utilize this Minotaur? Are they able to do what they want to do around the kit, especially when you have that rage, when you have even the sustain, some of the sustainability there, and how it will complement here. And also the fact that they have an R-Lot paired with it.
Okay, so you have lifesteal, you have a game-changing move with the final slash, you have a reason to force out ultimates with the Lilia. So with this kind of composition, they need to make it work early game, because right now they need to have a good coverage, because Ling is present in the hands of Kyle TZ. So opening up a lot of avenues on the map, I say the roamer and the jungler could have a bit of a way to counter these visions that Philippines can make.
Okay. Let's go ahead and just take a quick look here as the early game. We're going to look at the emblems, right? There's only one Tenacity there. It's taken by a few. He's going to go ahead and also roll with 2 Impure Rages, right? Even in the gold lane, Super Marco is playing around with that. He's got a little bit of speed too. Now, biggest thing once again is Blaze rolling with that Brave Smite. He's going to do really well with the sustain. Hopefully he's able to capitalize on it. They have a lot of tenacity though. There's 4 there. So already early on, putting aggression in the mid lane, going to force Ogwin out. All this for the purple buff, right? They want to secure that the best they can. But going back to the point, man, this is what I was talking about. Tenacity is a favored tier 2 emblem, and they've got 4 for Bangladesh.
Present for Bangladesh, respecting the damage, the burst of the possible swap of the Philippines, because from that point you said they guarded the purple buff, but from that moment on, Kyle Tease is cleared out too. He got the orange, he got the purple, also he went up top of the cap of Bangladesh.
And not only that, again, you're trying to just buy as much time as possible in the early game, because once Ogwin pretty much hits that level 4, has that Way of the Dragon available to him, he's going to be putting pressure wherever he sees fit. And that's kind of what you have to counter around for Bangladesh right now.
Well, there you have it, Naisu. You have the Bane non-marksman in the gold lane. It's happening.
Still got a gun, though.
Still got a gun. Can still be considered as a marksman with this being present. Now look at that. The peel onto execution here. So Super Marco is just 1, but we're looking at the side of Bangladesh aiding the gold lane for the first 2 minutes, and they really want to get a piece out of Super Marco. Look at that. Look at that. The turtle has been taken, diverting all of the attention onto the gold lane.
Man, Bangladesh just put everything up here in the top side, completely just ignoring the turtle, first one of the game. It looks like, again, they wanted to find that first blood top side against Super Marco, but just Super Marco played it well, right? All he had to do, too, was Deadliest Catch and literally hug the turret, and there was nothing that really Bangladesh could do from there.
Yeah, so that's what the thing that Team Bangladesh needs to keep their eyes on how Philippines can gain control over the map. Objectives, you have the turtle being at stake. At most of the time, you want to get a pick off. Look at that. With the Shadow Stabbing onto K7, Ogwen flickers out on half HP. Okay, still controlling that, but look at that. Distracting and diverting all the attention. Kyle TZ secures the purple.
Okay, final slash going to come through. No purple here available, though. Still going to be going. Tempest Blade's going to be dropped now, forcing Mr. Ray back. First blood for Flap TZ. Able to get it. The Cult Altar also expended quite low under the tier 2 flicker. Not going to be enough here to get away. Already Philippines getting a lead 2-0, 3 minutes in.
Wow, that's one thing that how they would need to see in those kinds of initiations from Team Philippines, right? They have the counter, they have ways to force out members of Philippines right now. So the problem is, if they get caught in one corner, all the resources could be used like that. Flicker out! Flicker being used by execution. Expecting something could happen, but look at that.
That's tough, right? Again, like you mentioned, getting resources out, even if it's just a Jikundo and you get a flicker, that is already a big loss here, right? So something you really have to be careful with. Ogwin, we know he likes to do that. Still going to be putting the pressure. There's the Way of the Dragon into Few. Going to be no follow-up though, so should be able to just regen up, but they're losing some of the pressure, especially in the mid lane for now. What Bangladesh has to do here is just kind of, in a way, their answer to the aggression being put out, but at the same time, not give up the objectives if they can. Now, at this point, it looks like the second turtle is just going to go in the hands of Philippines once again. So really, what is the game plan here for Bangladesh?
Well, you've said it right, okay? So if Bangladesh really want to have a good winning condition, wait, Mr. Ray on half HP.
Mr. Ray once again, all for the purple, not going to be able to get it. That's his second death here. Another purple going to be taken by the hands of Kyle Teasy.
Okay, going back to our thought here, Naisub, Team Bangladesh answering the breadcrumbs, following the breadcrumbs on how Philippines is like trying to gain control over the map. You're kind of saying here that they need, if you're a fan of Star Wars right now, you need to evade those mind tricks. How would you even go up against this kind of the Jedi mind tricks?
Yeah,
that you were about to see the follow of Ogwin.
That's what Ogwin's doing. Another Way of the Dragon into a perfect deadliest catch as well. And going back to the point, right? The mind tricks. Ogwin once again planting himself here under the tier 1. Still going to be putting the pressure. Execution going to get dragged by the Stampede. Still holding on with a backup of K7. The rest of the team, Bangladesh, kind of just scrapping right now, really at the whims of Philippines. Can they hold on longer? It's only 5.5 minutes in.
5 minutes, and Kyle Teasy is at level 9. 3-level XP gap up against Mr. Ray. There's a lot of resources need to go back up. Look at that.
Pressure again, already getting the flicker out from execution. Turret's going to go down here, still going. Can they turn it around? They get the setup they're looking for, but already Mr. Ray going to be down. Blaze has the regeneration for the team, but here comes Kyle Teasy on the backside. Finds Blaze, still looking for more. Can he hold on? Surge in trouble, going to flicker out. Will get chased down, still on the hunt. And they hold it together, but Surge falls.
Flap Teasy onto the queue on using that skill, not letting go of Surge. They used even the conceal just to keep up with the speed. So right now they're securing all the possibilities on how that could possibly turn around. That was a good setup from Blaze though. Yeah, but damage is not really showing yet.
It's very tough because, you know, K7 really on the Lilia, you're not where you need. When things get worse, purple buff taken by Ogwin out of the hands of Mr. Ray. So this is a very dire situation now. Things just snowballing in favor here of Philippines. Mr. Ray gonna go down already. Times the blades under the turret. Still looking for more. Killing spree for Kyle Teasy. It's a double. And now we'll also take the orange buff. K7 gonna be in trouble too. Black shoes, but it's not enough as well, as he will fall under the turret.
Bangladesh too late for the reinforcement. Damage and punish right in the turret of their own defense. Surge is the only one here in Mr. Ray. And now Team Philippines is now just taking the second tier turret. There was a hope of helping, but the mobility on how they're setting things up here is putting Bangladesh to a state that, would you answer for objectives or would you answer for defense or even reinforcement?
I think at this point, OSX, it's very, very difficult. Bangladesh, once again, you know, you're 7.5 minutes in, you're 12, yeah, 12, yes, 12K. I was trying to do the quick math here, 11K
doing good
behind, and, you know, you don't have any space to work with across the map. You're just forced to pretty much turtle up in your base and hope for the best. And already, you know, it's, at this point, you can't even contest the first Lord, right? You have to just kind of wait, really.
Okay, so winning condition for Bangladesh, either wait or hold something out on how Philippines is going on a state of marching through the base. Because right now, they're looking for an avenue to bounce back, but now Kyle Teasy is not giving a chance here to let someone out of their own base.
Kyle Teasy is 5 levels ahead of Mr. Ray. And that has just been the continuous pressure in the jungle that Team Philippines has been putting on Bangladesh. And, you know, the question is, yes, what can Bangladesh do? And, you know, at this point, when you're this far behind, you really can't leave your base unless your full team goes out with you.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the waiting game, right? You wait to hope that you can defend, but with the kits that is available to Team Philippines, they can actually just choose to enter the base under the turrets if they want and kick someone towards the team, right? So how do you counterplay around that for Bangladesh?
Okay, for counterplay, we could either see Blaze do the Minoan Fury again, how he did that in the gold lane. So with that kind of setup, things could go in their favor, but the question is, will the damage suffice everything? They have the final slash. We haven't seen Surge utilizing it that much, right? Break team fights, break formations, but we would understand how he respects the hell out of Team Phillies right now is once he goes in with that execution, even for the slash, he could possibly be melted right from that moment. So if they want to go all in, either they wait, either good setup for Blaze, or look for an avenue to see someone could be isolated from Team Philippines.
This is the problem here. The Team Philippines has so many options to just force a fight, whether it's a flicker stampede, a flicker kick, and they're going to go for it. Under they go. The turret's not even going to wait just yet. They find the first kill already. Blaze going to go down as well. 2 already fall for Bangladesh, plus the turret. Still trying to hold on under 10 minutes. Lord's going to be worked on. Another turret's going to fall. Base half health. Bangladesh will go down to Team Philippines at the 10-minute mark.
Dominating start for Team Cebol Philippines. And that was one way of having a clean execution in that moment. We've seen how Bangladesh could actually go and bounce back, but there was something that was missing. The damage, yes, they can force out, but one thing that was lacking as well is who would go to the front lines? Who would even soak up the damage that Philippines has been doing?
Well, I think if you just look at the lineup on paper, right, the Minotaur should allow you to be in that position. But again, what we saw was just Team Philippines putting pressure first off in the jungle, not making it a good time at all. Again, we're talking about a 5, maybe 6 level gap between jungles.
It was 5,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, but even when you had those on paper, the tools to fight, you know, have that front line, have the damage, you just never got there, right? The Team Philippines didn't allow them to get there. And this is, again, going back to before we even got to the draft, we were wondering mentally, right? Like, how could Bangladesh kind of approach this series, approach this match against a team who obviously a lot of people are feeling like are very strong? And this game one already shows, right? It shows how strong and how prepared Team Philippines is. But hopefully, once again, like we saw from the previous series, where we saw a very one-sided game one, things got better, right, for the other team, game 2, game 3.
Okay.
And so this might be the case, right? Now, what do we learn? If you're Bangladesh, what do we learn from this draft? What do we learn from our execution? Because really it was tough for game one for them.
Yeah, it was there could have been a better option. They might not expect that marksman pick on how you were seeing that Bane could be part of the gold lane choice here. So if they might not stick their own traditional comfort pick choice, maybe they could try something out. I would give you, I agree with you. Maybe game one could there be their test of waters in a way. Meeting the Philippines for the first time is not that easy, okay? So maybe they're trying to adjust something out, or maybe go with their own flavors and go up against Philippines for second time around. Let's see how they adjust.
Big adjustments have to be made, you know, because again, you're at the point, even in the draft, where you focus on so many things, XP lane or, you know, the gold lane, even that last Claude ban, and then you just see that, right? The Bane is picked up in the gold lane to deal also with the Beatrix, and even early on, we'll probably get a glimpse of this later, but you put so much concentration on the top lane. They were targeting Super Marco. So they completely gave away the turtle there. And then that transition to just so much pressure on the jungle as we take a look here, right? But this is already, we're at the 3-minute mark. So turtle was already secured here. And this was what I was just talking about, right? There was so much focus top side against Super Marco, and things just fell apart here. Because then they were forced to, all right, we got to go and get those buffs that we need, at least for Mr. Ray, and just punishment after punishment. And it just built up to the snowball factor.
Yeah, in looking at that factor, it was a complete way of taking out of the resources from Team Bangladesh and putting them on a defensive state, right? Following the breadcrumbs, diverting all the attention, and they need to have this strong confidence in their own lane to even hold this part. Because yeah, look at that setup from the Minotaur from Blaze. That could have gone a different way for Team Bangladesh if they had answered to the objectives or even for the items for the starting part. It could go the other way.
But that's the thing. Even with that setup, at that point, they were already 6K gold behind.
Yeah.
So that was a great moment with Blaze, right? But it could have been different if they, let's say, were even in terms of itemization. You know, so that kind of set, it's like, man, that's too bad we didn't have the damage. And then on top of it, if they did, they would have burnt through that Colt altar a lot faster, or at least they would have been able to deal with that. But you know, that's why I was saying early on, you have these issues, right? You have the issues of we're losing space around the map, we're losing objectives, and just one after another, they build and build and build. So even when we talked about this in the last series, man. You know, when we had, it was Troll finding those sets on the Kufra, but then you don't have the items that you need to, you know, utilize those sets, basically.
They need to focus on how they would layer the skills on team fights. Laning is much more important. And as we look upon the match today, we're about to see head-to-head here.
Yeah.
Okay? Looking at all the stats that we've been through as we witness the match, we're looking at the post-game stats. Philippines here, almost getting all the objectives. 4, including the Lord. It only took the first Lord.
That's rough, man. That is a massive lead. And like I said, it started early on. And it really built up here. So, you know, in a way, you see, even Blaze, like, he only had the Dominance Ice. Like, there's just so much kind of backpedaling or backtracking that you have to do in this situation, in one of these types of games, that it's so hard to even question, like, okay, what is our game plan? Like, what can we do in terms of the situation where we're this far behind, right? And in a lot of those cases, for you to turn that around, you need a specific lineup. At least that's what we're used to seeing, right? A specific lineup that has great high ground defense. You're able to kind of turtle up in your base by, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes, and then you're able to, like, fight back, right? But in this situation, again, even with this lineup, you're not really there, right? And you even mentioned this in the game. Well, at least you have also the final slash if you could force some fights. But the problem with that is even if you are trying to get in position as Surge, you're dead. You might get the final slash off, but you're dead because of this item disparity. So, you know, it was really tough to deal with. Again, a very fast game at 10 minutes and just very dominant from Team Philippines. But, you know, technically going into this, Bangladesh, they obviously did their homework. That's what we saw from the draft.
Yeah.
Now it's time to, okay, what do we take at least from game one and how do we change it? Because that's kind of what's at stake here for them, at least in this series.
Well, speaking of things that's at stake, so maybe they don't want to focus more on the jungle bands or the marksman bands. It was all pointing or leading towards down to Kyle Tease and Super Marco. So with that, not expecting a thing, that it was a different choice, they could open something up, maybe just one, or maybe consider something up for themselves. Either they steal something out of it or adapt to something that what was missing. Again, in game number 1, nice to talk about how the replay go in maybe the first 1 to 2 minutes that they were being diverted. They were following something. They wanted to get the kill. But if they stayed on to how they would make their laning stage work, it could be a balanced way of making things work in their own composition.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is it's more so now, even draft-wise, they're going to most likely be on the other side. They're going to have priority option.
Yeah.
But even with that priority option, we have to consider the fact that the hero pool, the possibility to, even with the Bane being picked up in the gold lane, and like I said, this is kind of what we're going to expect for these days ahead of us, is some surprises, at least in the gold lane, possibly the XP lane as well. Maybe even the roam, right? But the moral of the story here is at least from the draft, you've got to be able to, you have a couple options. Literally, bans to target what you want to.
Yeah.
But realistically, with how things have been going since the new update, it's still tough to deal with. And you just have to have that game plan, and you have to be able to execute it. Because even when it comes down to like the super strong heroes or the meta picks from before, you know, that people like to play around with, still, if you can't match that speed, that rotational speed from your other team, or if, better yet, if you can set it yourself, if you're the team setting that pace, that's why we even heard it, right, from the coach earlier from Kazakhstan. A lot of that momentum play style is really highlighted right now, currently.
Yeah.
That's what we're seeing. I believe that there still is other compositions out there and play styles that still fit in this meta, but
Yeah.
so far from what we've seen is like some of these games that relatively build on momentum and end quite fast. So I'm not sure if Bangladesh wants to match that or just, again, go with something more alongside their play style, or if they want to go and have one of those high ground defensive compositions where even if they get it gets a little out of control, right? They're still in a position where they can make their way back into the game.
Well, speaking of making back in the game, Eve was present, not banned, right? Also, Farce was okay, was present as well. So if you want to poke something out from the Faramis, you need something for a burst that could actually deal or force something out for the Faramis to use the cult altar for most of the team fights that they've been doing, controlling over the lanes, poking everybody out of the team fights. So if they answer that correctly, the Lilia could be, or it could have a different
Lilia
option.
was tough.
It was tough, right?
It wasn't. It didn't work out.
Yeah, we can't sugarcoat the fact that we were looking something to show from that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a hard game for Lilia. So if they go with a route of burst and a good amount of thrust in their own way, by not missing out the trade there, maybe they could end up as well as like Kazakhstan how did game number 1.
Yeah, I think part of it too is, again, we have to consider the fact that some of these picks, you know, we might have something in mind, but again, play style, comfort, Lilia just on paper it could have worked, but in the case where Lilia definitely needs time to kind of get momentum going in her own right, like and time. When that snowball already starts, you know, how do you deal with that? Because technically your damage doesn't hurt too much in the early game, right? You're kind of almost like a distraction, and then you're just looking to black shoes and then have someone basically capitalize off that, but that wasn't even there. So like you mentioned, there's other picks that could pop out here specifically for game 2.
Better options could be used by Team Bangladesh to even work it out in game number 2. So this is just our things that we looked upon on how they could actually bounce back in the game. So maybe at some point, let's accept the fact that that was a very good draft from Team Philippines. Now we adjust on who to trim down out of their way, because there's a lot of playmakers happening in the other side.
It's hard because we're almost in a similar position here, OSX, where the previous series, right? Like we saw a very dominant game 1.
Yeah.
And this one was even more dominant. Like, so when it comes to trying to like break that down, what it comes down to is just that snowball factor happened so quickly to the point where, again, it was a 5-6K gold lead. And we've seen plenty of MLBB games on the highest level out there where things turn around, even with a 10K gold lead. It is possible. But again, you need a certain type of things to fall in place for that to happen. And we do know that, once again, Team Philippines, they more often than not don't let that happen, right? So it's something, again, that has to be said. It's a challenge for Bangladesh, but it's not an impossible task. And that's why, you know, as we get prepped up for the draft for game number 2, it's really, you're kind of wondering, how do you change that? How do you at least put ourselves in a better position, just like Kazakhstan had to in the previous series, where they had to put themselves in a better position after losing pretty badly to their first game, right?
Yeah.
And they did that. They did exactly that. And was it the bans entirely? A little bit. You know, they had a couple targeted bans, but still, it was the execution in game that changed.
Execution, and also you were lacking vision as well.
Yeah.
Throughout the game, and respecting their own first pick there. It was the Arlet, right? The Arlet and the Beatrix. So with that kind of setup, when you're going up against a lane, you would want to disturb their own jungle cap to not even getting that objective or even the purple, because at most of the first 5 minutes, Kyle Teasy had a time is like taking all the purple even on the enemy camp. So there are boxes, as you said in the first game, that needs to be checked once again.
There's always going to be boxes, right? And for any of the teams that are going to be playing here for the Asian Championship, for IESF, like that's really what you got to do. Some of the boxes already start, you know, in terms of this too, like Eve being banned, Fanny being taken out against Team Philippines. And that's a start, right? But because you have that first pick, the priority, there's so many options for first pick, to be honest, right? Like, let's be real. Before it was always like Frederick, but now it's
a
changed,
different thing. It's
right?
changing.
Yeah,
the time is changing.
Everybody loved Fred basically before.
Who wouldn't love him, right? Fredrin, with all the things that he could do, from the XP, flexing out, XP, or even the jungle. Yep. Kyle, Flap TZ, and Kyle chilling out, and Philippines saw a possible threat here. We were talking about how Eve was present in game number 2. Game number 1.
Yeah.
It's now banned.
Yeah.
By Philippines.
Banned out again. Still, it looks like Bangladesh still going to be going guns.
Yeah.
Those are some guns there. But yeah, no. The fact that you're still seeing similar bans, you know, from Bangladesh. Like I said, it could just be the case of let's just be better in our execution. You know, like for the most part, even with the draft, it could have worked in theory from game 1, right? It could have, but you just needed things to fall into place the right way. And unfortunately for them, that didn't happen. What I would love to actually see change here for Bangladesh specifically is maybe you have yourself a utility jungler.
Yeah.
And still, I think like there's still a proper time and place you know, for utility junglers to be in this meta, obviously.
Yeah.
Like we saw previously in the other series. Man, these guys have been
Working
the
out.
gym.
flexing all the muscles here. Flap TZ, yeah, that's one strong XP later.
Are they
right
trying
there.
to get a flex off with Bangladesh?
I think so.
Or is it with me? No.
Somebody focus the camera back here to Naisu.
You know, no, it's funny because we saw them at dinner, right? They're like,
Yeah.
hey, big man.
Yeah. It is just how they're chilling, right? And also, it has been a thing. Like when the camera is at you, sometimes you do an opposing heart on the other side, so you can actually connect. That happened in the previous SEA games, but now it's a different thing.
Bangladesh is locked in, dude. Like I said, they, you know, obviously they're not going to feel happy about game number 1 at all. And so they want to be in a position where they just give themselves the best chance here to take it to a game 3. And for them, that looks like they want to go ahead and first pick the Faramis.
Yeah, stolen from Team Philippines that few used in game number 1. So a setup for maybe in their own way of building up this composition, sustain team fights just in case somebody invades them out. If somebody used a great XP later, look at that, Claude and Arlet stolen against Bangladesh. So, but this one, Super Marco gets his comfort pick. That's the Claude.
Again, we saw this band. Oh, there it is. As I was saying, right? Maybe just if you're Bangladesh, just bring out the utility. And I think it's actually a great option because you don't, at least even knowing your homework, like we said, you know, they probably did a lot of homework here against Team Philippines, but also just knowing how game 1 went, you want to be in a position where you're not so reliant on your buff. Because like we do know that Fredrin and, you know, a couple other utility junglers, like if you lose a buff or 2, it's not too bad.
Fine.
It's not a big deal.
So it's good that either you miss breakfast, so you don't be being dependent most on the meals that you wanted to do. So this is a good adjustment for Bangladesh, right?
Yeah.
So with that, they paired up with the Grok, but okay, the Joy. Expecting it to also be in the jungle, right? Jungle Joy. For this one, for Team Philippines?
Man, honestly, it's still up in the air. Because, again, we've seen Arlot in the roam. Like, we have seen that pop up.
Yes.
That's why I don't want to just say, like, oh, yeah, this is, you know, this is going in the jungle or this is going to the XP lane. Like, we really have to see.
2 flex picks in Philippines. So with the Faramis being prioritized, so we're seeing Philippines adjusting to, we need damage to force out resources again for Bangladesh. It's the other way around now from game number 1. So with that, the Arlot being present in the hands of Flap TZ, flexing out his muscles right now on camera. So this is just purely on their comfort based and confidence, Naisu.
I like, too, that it looks like Team Philippines will just go ahead and maybe they ban out one more marksman. Leslie already taken out here. We know that Leslie always has the potential to really like pop off, especially if you can get that farm, you know,
Oh,
that you
yeah.
need. But it begs the question still, like, what do we expect from Bangladesh in terms of the gold lane? You know, that's something that's kind of up in the air now that you already know first phase. Hey, they locked in Claude. How do we want to play against that, right? Because we banned it previous game, so they obviously have a game plan against Claude. This time that it went through, they should be able to hopefully handle that, and we'll see that as we get to that second phase of the draft.
Banned out the Ling though from Bangladesh. Still expecting for the Joy to be in the mid lane, or even in the EXP lane. So they're going with the idea of the Arnold being the roam here. So with Philippines playing mind games game in this draft, with banning out the Turizla on their last or the second phase. So this is a different way of, like, they're pushing something out of Bangladesh to force out this Fredrin to just be on the jungle.
Like, I don't also want to just say that this is going to be a jungle Fredrin, because like we have seen XP lane Fredrin as well.
A lot of opportunity,
Hey,
a lot of
what I'm saying.
possibilities.
Tons of flexibility.
Yeah.
Still open here. Not exactly sure. We will find out in just a little bit as we have finished up that second phase of bans. So we had those two, well, pretty much 3 jungle bans focused against Team Philippines. That last one being the Lancelot there alongside the Ling, like you mentioned. Meanwhile, you know, for Team Philippines, they're like, we don't want to deal with the Trizla. They take that out. Oh, this is what I was saying before Series 1 OSX.
What?
Florin. And I'll tell you why.
Back in the Philippines?
No, I'll tell you why.
Why?
It's the emblems.
Oh.
We're going to see the sustained game.
Okay.
The
Again,
healing game.
a bit of a history why I reacted that way. In the SEA Games, when the Philippines is doing a draft up against a team in getting the gold medal, Coach Duck even pointed or write in the desk that no more Florin.
Yeah,
so it's back.
I was watching that at home.
Right? And it's back in the Philippines. And yes, you're probably right. It's the new emblem system that could suffice on how this could work. They played us on the playoffs. Now Bangladesh is responding with power.
There it is.
A faster way. Okay. We have a Martin, we have a Brody. How is this?
No. The first thing that grabbed my eye here was Alpha. Because I am a big fan of this hero, Alpha. I like to call him, you know, Alpha Dog 360, and he is just a menace to deal with. It's also going in the jungle, by the way, right? Now, on the other hand, like we were talking about,
3.
it is an XP lane Fredrin. That's what I was saying. You can't necessarily just place them, you know, automatically in a lane, because there's so much flexibility now, right?
Right.
So Mr. Ray still opting for utility, still following what we were saying they should change from game number 1, right? He goes with the Martez. I think that's still a great option. And meanwhile, you also lock in your Brody. So this is overall a better draft here for Bangladesh.
Okay, let's see how will they adapt here. Okay, adaptation, execution. We might see something good here for Bangladesh to how to bounce back in game number 2. So there was 3 heroes inside the Philippines that is so much flexible to use. Now we're going to be answered by this. Kyle TZ, Alpha in the jungle.
Oh man, I love it too. He's rolling with the Brave and Smite emblem, Flap TBZ as well. So there's already going to be a ton of sustain paired with what Florin has in her kit. Bangladesh has to answer this, basically the healing problem that's going to happen here. Look at the rest of it, right? Even the tenacity, multiple tenacities that they have, not to mention just how tanky Kyle TZ is going to be. He's also got the tier 1 firmness, and, you know, so defensively they're going to be very strong.
Yeah.
There's a ton of agility being rolled in here from Bangladesh, plus the tenacity once again. So, you know, across the board, that's kind of what they're playing around with.
Wow.
And we'll see how that changes the course of this game.
Uniformed, they want mobility, they want something to counter for how Philippines went in game number 1. So probably they want reinforcements on their lane who needs help. But right in the mid lane, we're seeing 2 members from Team Philippines right now. XP lane on the focus, onto the camera. Surge and Flap TZ here. Oh, 2 XP lanes, but now flicker out from execution.
Oh no, this is going to be bad. Already going to get retribution. First blood secured for Few. And that was a lot of just one-on-one, you know, top side before the backup came. The cavalry came up the top side.
Yeah. Now the focus on, we have 3 members of Team Philippines up top. We have the Florin, we have the Claude, and we have the Alpha. So the push and focus on the gold lane. Now, meanwhile, on the side of Bangladesh, holding still through. I say they're doing a great job on holding their lanes. Taking on the first game, responsibility to have a good count in team fights right here. again, Team Philippines on sustain. You need damage for that.
Yeah, you need damage, you need dominance ice as fast as possible too, because, you know, these early skirmishes are going to be tough to deal with for Bangladesh. If they can find pickoffs where they can, that would be great. But now as we get ready for that first turtle of the game, both gold laners just parking themselves up on the top side. So it's going to be a 4 versus 4. Keep an eye also on Ogwin, already going to be in trouble here. Flap Teasy will go down. Bangladesh able to find a kill, might be able to turn this into a turtle. We got to watch out for Few as well. Kyle Teasy trying to hold on, gonna get zoned out as best he can. Mr. Ray looking for it. KZ though secures the turtle. Bangladesh trying to hold on. Mr. Ray will fall, but Surge now holding back Kyle Teasy and Ogwood.
Wow. That is just purely adjustment for Bangladesh, adapting on how they were losing in game number 1. Now this is different. K7 was the only one who took that turtle. And that's the only way to see that, hey, the damage is with him. And in that close kinds of team fights, they're laying everything on the right path. And they're up against Philippines, who's on a sustained capability. The agility and the tenacity is holding those milliseconds in.
Yeah, there's going to be the pull. Few should be just fine, has the rhythm and beats. So they get set up for the next play around the map, still holding on to a very minor gold lead at the moment. But Bangladesh, you know, even what we've seen from the skirmishes so far, looking a lot better for this game.
Okay, speaking of looking a lot better, now gold lane, 4 members present, just in case. Do you want something good out, or do you want to take something out of Team Philippines? Now, getting on to the cramp point, who will take the last hit?
Okay.
Blaze.
Wow, Super Marco going to be just fine. BMI is out of there.
Ogwin secures it.
Yep.
Okay, EXP lane, now still cutting through the lanes. Normal responsibilities present here. Surge on the EXP, now possibly clearing through. Well, the focus is on up top, gold lane 3 members in. 30 seconds for the second turtle to show up. Now, Philippines to build up with those damage need to go through. Again, 2 Brave Smites, but there's a catch here.
Oh, already Wild Charge going to come through. Bloom's also going to be used. Few now trying to join the party a little bit too late. Kyle Teasy does fall. Bangladesh finding another pickup. This is huge. It will lead into that turtle, but Kyle Teasy will be back up for it. Let's see how they play this one out.
Okay, speaking of playing it out, now we might see Kyle Teasy or Flap Teasy joining into the fights. Because one thing that they need to break here is the formation and how the sustaining game is working for K7. But meanwhile, Surge here is zoning out members of Team Philippines. Who would be the one here to take one? Look at that, Flap Teasy with the final slash being used.
Final Slash going to come out already. Still going to be fighting. They should be able to secure this turtle, no problem. Looks like it will be so. Mr. Ray taking the second turtle of the game. Few pushing back Surge, but nothing, no one going down just yet.
Okay, now securing the zone out potential of Team Bangladesh now could get high in terms of pushing 2 members out of Philippines. That could be Ogwin, and that could be or Flap Teasy, because he used the again, the ultimate too early. Look at that.
Oh.
Will it connect?
Wow.
Yes, it will.
Execution. Finding one with a torn apart memory. So the heal not going to be enough there either. Super Marco did go down. Now might be still looking to put pressure up there. Items-wise, too, you can see, right? Relatively gold is still even, but Bangladesh showing fighting form here. Also able to secure those objectives, building into those first items locked in. We'll see if they can still play around that with that lead that they're building, but they gotta be careful, right? Team Philippines also securing a lot of their first items, working towards the second.
Yeah, War Axe present for Kyle Teasy. Sustained team fight with a hit with Few. Almost getting on the 3/4 of HP here, but controlling the river right now is different. Okay, Flap Teasy with an off-cam kill there, taking down Surge in the EXP lane.
Okay, so those moments are the mistakes, right, that you got to be really careful for. You know, and at that point too, with Bangladesh having these kills, the 3 kills that they have, working around it, trying to really build into the power spikes that they need for that mid-game. The great thing too is that K7, right, he's got that cold altar, so even if there's mistakes in terms of some of these early skirmishes, they still have somewhat of a safety net, if you will, right? So still going to be battling it out again. Third turtle going to be up shortly. A little 1v1 bottom side. Flap Teasy, Surge, I don't think anyone's going to go down here unless any of the team decide to respond.
Yeah.
So far, it's just a back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth, and to look up on the gold lead, Well, Philippines is not missing out. It's 3K gold lead. Yes, they were losing all the team fights and the pickoffs, but look at the economy. This is the mid to late game thing that you were mentioning, right? So that could be their answer in just sustaining all of this team fights that Bangladesh is dictating. So third turtle is up. Setup is coming in from Team Philippines. What's going to be happening?
Everyone going to be here. There's the Cold Holder already being dropped. Turtle going to be ignored. Will get a reset. They still find the CC they're going to be looking for. Few going to jump in. There's the heal. The bloom comes down. Blaze will fall, followed by execution. And now it's Team Philippines looking to punish. Going to find another one with the spear. Mr. Ray will fall. 4 down for Bangladesh.
And just as that, turning things around with the lead, with the setup, converting that team fight that Bangladesh initiated now paved way for Team Philippines to take their first objective, securing the last turret and a push right in the first turret in the mid lane.
That's really what's tough here. I think we are going to be looking at a replay as well. Again, that was a crucial battle here. You know, and this was actually the 1v1 that was off camera here. Flapteezy and Surge going at it, using the final slash, able to get the kill. But this is the thing, right? Those moments, like I said, have to build up, right? They're building up, and Bangladesh now in a position where backs against the wall a little bit here. They've got to be able to respond to this, right? One of the tough things about Alpha going against him is his ultimate, that Spear of Alpha, is such a low cooldown.
Yeah.
And it's great CC potential as well. Now Mr. Ray already taken the brunt of the damage here. Already get the Cold Altar out. There's Kyle TZ, gonna focus him, finally finds him down. Super Marco getting the kill. Bangladesh gonna get sandwiched here. Team Philippines looking to make a maneuver. There you go, they find execution too. Still gonna be going. Surge could be the next one. Spear of Alpha comes out again. Blaze will fall along Surge. 4 down for Bangladesh.
Few with the backline ambush, just using the electrifying beats to force Bangladesh to be on the protection of their own turret. 4 members fall down. There was no marksman. There was no jungler being present. They could have gone with the catch there, because how do you catch something that is a joy in this game? Well, probably a pin down from a Grok, probably sustaining the fight with K7's Cold Altar, but that happened too quickly.
Yeah.
This is the damage spike now, or the power spike of Team Philippines that we're seeing. 11-3. The gold lead almost 9K in almost 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, right now, I would say Bangladesh finding a little bit more time in this game number 2, but Mr. Ray taking the brunt of damage. There's the Spear of Alpha once again. Killing spree for Kyle TZ. And it's looking a very similar situation for Mr. Ray. Not going to be able to get any buffs at this point in the game. Lord is now up. Kyle TZ going to make his way there. Should be able to just grab it uncontested. Execution, though. Able to get a tier 1 turret topside finally. Might still put the pressure up there. But right now, it's tough. It's tough. Team Philippines securing that first Lord of the game.
Yep. Bangladesh would not contest that objective in order to gain a push, although Execution get a great way up top. No, being trapped into
Execution.
Here.
Gonna flicker. Okay, so far so good. He actually escaped that. It could have been really bad.
The final slash. Flicker for safety. And with the aid of the Grok, just in case something could go wrong. Good reinforcement, good response for Bangladesh, but you don't want to be in the isolated parts of the map where Team Philippines could easily hunt you down with the damage that they have. And there's a push in mid, there's a waves from top to bottom. Now Bangladesh needs to defend and find the right target.
Oh, what a huge final slash, placing him into the Spear of Alpha. And it's looking grim here for Bangladesh as more members are punished. Turret gonna go down. Lord, half health here, should get taken out. There's the Cold Holder coming down as well. Team Philippines still looking to end it. They get another kill. Blaze will follow. Surge trying to hold on here. And Team Philippines will take it in a sweep.
A strong start for the Philippines with a dominating match. 2-0, taking down Bangladesh. In day number 1, we've seen a debut picked right here, and we are seeing Filipinos present in our audience.
Yeah,
supporting Philippines.
Which reminds us, you know, we've been getting a lot of questions here, especially from supporters out here living in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, guys, you can come down to the venue, the SEF Arena, and watch with us over the course of these days. I believe it is just free of entry as well for the viewers.
Yeah, open, join, and support your country. We have a home court country. Oh, we have posts. We have fans bringing out that, and it has the autograph of Coach Ducky. And we were seeing Team Siba coach, also friend, and coach, and also Boss Jab right here on our screens, present supporting Team Philippines. And also we have Kazakhstan as well, present in the audience. So a strong start, a debut pick, Alpha, and probably Coach Doug is rejoicing with that Florin pick, as he promised he won't use ever again.
Well, personally, I'm just happy to see Alpha. We saw glimpses of him before pop up, especially after the update. But I think it is something that a lot of teams are actually going to consider going forward because, again, it just works so well, even in the jungle, like we saw, especially as the game goes on here. So, those are two games, yes, OSX, where we saw very dominant Philippines, but I would still say, this is, again, the tournament overall. A lot of people, this is what they're expecting. So the best thing you can do is learn. If you have to face against the Philippines and you end up losing like this, you learn a lot from those losses, and hopefully you're able to adjust. Again, even for Bangladesh, right? There is plenty of time for them to continue to get points here in that single round robin. Again, 5 teams of the 8 will be going to Romania. So we'll see how that all plays out. Again, it's even from Series 1, we learned so much already, right? Yeah. So it's even from the Series 2, Philippines coming out with a dominant sweep, but still, who will be able to challenge them going forward?
We've seen a glimmer of hope there for Bangladesh, man. First few minutes, adjusting, they were punishing, but something that was missing is that Philippines was willing to give all the objectives, but seeing the goalie, it was still on their side. Execution, it's almost there. But you said the road to Romania could still be beautiful. 5 teams could still be there and represent their own country. So right now, into the first day, this is how you do things their way with a dominating way of Team Philippines.
For Team Philippines, I think, again, even the teams that will be playing against them later or even tomorrow, there's a lot here that you can kind of learn. And to be honest, even for us, it's like, well, the draft now is even more of a risk because if you're focusing so much on a certain lane or a role, there's so much room now for experimentation, for flexibility, even from that first phase. We didn't necessarily know, right? Even with Bangladesh, was the Fredrin going in the jungle or not? Was it going to the XP lane, right?
Yeah.
The Marta is being picked up. Now, you have Alpha Bane popping up. You have other things in the gold lane. The Bane in the gold lane, right? I mean, stuff like that is going to continue to pop up, and I think that's what's so exciting where we are now.
Gold Bane.
Gold Bane, where we are now with this meta developing.
Yeah. Development, adjustment. Well, this answers our question on how day 1 could work. Well, we're looking in Group B right now.
Yeah.
And Group A tomorrow, where we might see, could also adapt it and adjust it on what happened today. Probably watched, probably done your homework. But looking back on the replay here, this moment of how Team Bangladesh would like to take on the early game. Do you want to step foot on that way of amping up their game?
These were good moments, right?
Yeah.
These were actually some good moments from Bangladesh. Of course, this was the 1v1 where Flapteasy takes out Surge, and things kind of started to fall apart around this, because especially trading around the map, then you start to see that sustain as well. The sustain versus the Cult Altar relationship is actually really interesting to see how that kind of ends up working. That was the heal right there. Look, and just it's massive, right? And then they just get collapsed on, and again, it's about 7.5 minutes in, things started to go really bad for Bangladesh here.
Yeah. And with this point, that few invaded their backline, pushed them all over their turret defense. This trapped out Bangladesh to even go back into the base because they saw a potential threat that they could actually sustain their own way of doing those initiations. But from 9 minutes in, it was too late. They would want to see a great avenue isolating members of Team Philippines. And this was a possible last clash that they needed to hold, but it didn't turn around.
Yeah, again, even the way that it works, right? You have a Florin that provides massive heal to the team. You also have her running the focusing mark, so you get that additional damage. And then if you looked, again, at the emblems, when we saw that breakdown from Tier 1 to Tier 3, there was so much it was very, I would say, tanky, right? Some of them were running the firmness. Some of them obviously had just a ton of sustain with the Brave Smite, and it just it works so well. So I'm actually curious if we see more of that Florin pop out for the days
Yeah,
ahead.
well, Florin popping out, and also a debut pick right here in IESF. That is the Alpha. And looking at our post-game stats here, it was an even take on the triple kills, right? It was on the side of Bangladesh. Now the last one went into the Philippines, and it was a winning, a winning discipline that they wanted to do because they were falling behind on kills, but not on the gold. It was the last objective that they actually worked their way through the base of Bangladesh.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too, because like even looking at the items, right? In terms of damage department, I just feel like execution. He had those moments where it was starting to show, even when he got that torn apart memory kill, right? But with the lineup that they had, it was tough to deal with the amount of early game sustain. And that's what I think is I mentioned this when we got into the game, was if you're Bangladesh, how do you deal with Philippines sustain? Because when you have that Florin, and then you have these heroes built the way they do with the emblems that they're running, the Brave Smite, and then they've got that firmness, and just running with a more of a tanky sustain kind of lineup.
Yeah,
you have to be able to deal with that very early on and not let it get out of control. And that's why I think even early game, looking at that, it started in the right position for Bangladesh, but quickly things kind of just fell apart mid to late game, and that's where the trouble was.
Yeah, control. That's the right word to hold that game if you are Team Bangladesh. You have the CC, you have the sustain. The good steal pick from that Faramis could really work. Man, they have all the answers. They have all the answers to keep up with the game, and they have the way to catch or even open up the back line of Team Philippines. But the front line for Philippines was too strong that they need to keep up with the burst or even the attack damage, which was lacking from almost 10 minutes or even 7 to 8, 9 minutes. So there's a lot of things that they need to check as Naisu's checkbox is going here.
Well, that's what I was saying, man. Like, part of it wasn't even that. It was just like there's so much sustainability. Even if you took the Florin out, like dealing with Alpha the way that he works, having that Brave Smite, and then just, even some of the items that give him that regeneration that he needs, and then you pair the Florin with that, it's really tough to deal with. So I'm wondering now exactly how teams want to deal with Florin if she pops up again, because I don't think it's only Florin. And I actually saw, some of the analysis on Florin since the update online, and people were pointing this out, like, hey, Florin is actually a big threat right now, and we might see that rise once again of some of these metas that are healing-based metas, and we know what teams around the world love to play around that style,
healing
right?
heroes,
that healing meta, and that's the thing. So you got Florin, now the question is, well, what about, and that's why I think Minnow pops up a little bit, and then you see also you have the Estes, of course, right? Who's to say
that
we
could
actually
show.
maybe one day we see Rafaela pop up.
Oh yeah. So if you want things to go your way, you need to have that sustained hero. So they were confident. Team Philippines was so confident. Okay, let go of the Faramis. They have the Florin, a global scale of reinforcing the heal. So this points out that with the new adjustment of the emblem system, you need to utilize more of the metas that could actually go your way. Assassin picks, you have the burst, you have the ways of dealing with control. So maybe with that, we still have few more days to see the adjustment of our teams who lost today and bounce back the next day.
But that's a problem too. Like you mentioned, even with the assassin junglers, and we talked about this, like the reliance so much on especially the purple buff or the orange buff. It's not fun when you're dealing with so much pressure in your jungle, right? And before we used to see relatively, like a lot of that focus would be with heroes utilizing like Diggy or Hilda to put pressure on the jungle. But now you just see teams doing it, together, like the communication to put pressure there. And if it's a hero that really relies on the buffs, honestly, it's so tough to get. And that's why I did say that Fredrin popped up, or even the Martez. It was nice.
It was a good option.
But unfortunately, like, you don't have enough of that damage, especially you're relying on Brody, right? Or you have, of course, that Faramis. You didn't have enough damage to answer the sustainability. So the question is going to be, as we go on, and if we see more of Florin or any more healing sustainability lineups, what is that answer? Like, is Dominance Ice enough for some of the items that we have in the game enough, to deal with the sustain right now?
That's a good question. Is Dominance Ice enough? We'll leave it here for this match to be even answered the next days, because if Dominance Ice would be the answer for, like, taking out the healing and the attack speed, what could be the other option for them? Will they answer with a damage? Will they answer with burst? Will they answer with a hybrid composition that Emmons, my God, keeps on going and going on combinations that could be an answer for the teams who's willing to adapt from the loss in this one, because they would actually take this opportunity to even learn from the best, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be amazing to see once again how the days ahead of us kind of unfold, you know, and exactly what's in store for the rest as we move forward of this tournament.
Yeah, moving forward, we're about to see Group A on the succeeding days, because right now we still have games running. For this moment. So we're looking forward for the results as you go and see your updates on the IESF page. As we go on with the games, we'll keep you updated on how this meta or even action continues to go through. Because from Group A, from Group B, that's where Cambodia is, right? So we're seeing more of the possibilities, but right now, let's throw it over to our stage with Team Philippines for their winning interview.
حياكم الله جميعا، شكرا لكم اخواني المعلقين والمحللين ايضا. سمعنا كلامهم قديش كان مهم ومؤثر بخصوص انتصار تيم او منتخب فلبين بعد ما فازوا في المواجهه الاخيره بنتيجه 2-0. ومعنا الكوتش دكي بعد ما فازوا في المباراة الأخيرة. حابين نسأله أنا وبراء بعض الأسئلة، فخلينا نسمع يا براء إيش اللي بيكون عندك من ناحية الأسئلة للمدرب الفلبيني.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. So first of all, congratulations. You know, it seemed like a smooth ride and all of that. So how do you feel winning this match?
I kind of feel relieved that, you know, we won our opening match in this tournament. So I hope everything goes well moving forward.
Great stuff. So now as the confidence is there, smooth, all is cool, all is well, and being here right now in Riyadh. So do you have maybe certain surprises coming up in the coming matches?
I can't say, but, you know, to all the teams participating here today, so, you know, watch out for other strategies that we might have in our pockets. So, yeah, be careful.
Be careful. تصور يا وجيه الحذر واجب معاهم، فايش رايك انت؟
يا ساتر، كأنه من كلامه قاعد حتى عنه احنا ما مو خصم لهم لاني خفت منهم.
صدق.
فانا عندي سؤال بسيط بخصوص انهم فازوا بنتيجه 2-0، ما فازوا بنتيجه 2-1. لا، فغالبا انا ودي اسالهم عن العامل النفسي، ايش ممكن يصير معهم في الايام الجايه طالما انهم فازوا بنتيجه 2-0. فانا اتوقع انهم بيكونوا رايقين ومرتاحين. فكيف بيكون يتصورون المباراه الجايه اللي بالنسبه لهم في المباراه الجايه؟
It seems everybody's pretty much, as Wajih said, it's like we're visualizing the fact that you guys are cool and calm and all of that. But it's like psychologically speaking right now, how do you see yourself in the coming matches? I mean, it's smooth, it's not. Do you think you have, I know he said be careful, but psychologically speaking, what do you have to say?
Well, we're actually taking it real easy because, you know, we have a long month ahead of us, so we still got tournaments coming right after this IESF qualifier. So, you know, we're just taking it easy, one day at a time, one match at a time. So, yeah, that's how we're doing it right now. That's how we're doing it right now.
I love that. One day at a time, baby steps, keeping it simple and cool. I love that. Now, before we even like pretty much go to the next segment, bro, Florine, what was that about, man? like we saw that happening. It seems something is happening back home with that. So what's your comments?
So there's like this bad rap about Florin back home in Southeast Asia. I think we pretty much contributed to the fact that, you know, Florin is looked down upon recently because we, you know, lost a lot of matches with a hero. But, you know, we just wanted to show that the hero is still viable. So, yeah, I think the hero is still viable and she's cute.
She is definitely. تصور يا وجيه شخصية فلورين استخدموها كذا مرة كبطلة في اللعبة، بس خسروا معاها وايد، بس هالمرة بينوا للجميع إنه تقدر تستخدم نفس الشخصية وبعد تفوز. وش قولك؟
اكيد انه بيكون لكل منتخب وكل فريق بيكون عنده استراتيجيات يعني مختلفه، واكيد كل فريق هو ابخص يعني من ناحيه اختيارهم للشخصيه، بالذات ان سمعنا كلامه وشفنا كيف برضو كلامه صراحه كان يعني مؤثر في المباراه، وشفنا قديش كان المستوى يعني مختلف واخذ المباراه بنتيجه 2-0. فالى الان فلبين صح انهم قدروا يفوزون ولكن بنغلاديش ترى ما يعني انهم خسروا في هذه البطوله او طلعوا لان ما زلنا في الجروب ستيج فبنشوف ايش ممكن يصير في الايام الجايه.
As Wajih just noted right now, pretty much even when Bangladesh, there's a lot coming up, though ER win the group stage of the competitions. So, I think you learned an Arabic word. So, I think maybe, I'm not sure, but I heard it several times. You pronounce it right. So, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
But in Saudi.
Can you say it again?
جاهزين.
No. Say it again. Like, are you ready?
Oh, yeah, of course. Take two. Let's go with that. Yeah. On 3, 2, 1. Are you ready?
Jazing.
Jazzy, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to work on that even more and more. Definitely, ladies and gentlemen. So, Wajih, he is جاهز.
هيز جاهز.
واحنا جاهزين.
واحنا جاهزين.
وشلون عنك؟
ودنا ناخذ بريك بسيط عشان نشوف ايش ممكن يصير في الايام والمباريات الجايه.
Inshallah. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a break and we'll be back with the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship happening right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We'll see you after a break.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.